right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. We are here to reconvene a previously recessed meeting. The school board met on February 25th of 2026, and we had to recess due to a power outage. We recessed at 6:54 p.m. So I would like to reconvene this meeting and call to order the meeting. Today is Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. For the record, it is 6:08 p.m. and we're here for a special school board meeting. Please call for the roll.
President Flores,
Present.
Vice President Spray. Here. Secretary Trujillo. Board Member King.
Here.
Board Member Concha.
Here.
Okay, on this meeting's agenda, we have an announcement. As was previously stated, we had a power outage during the February 25th, 2026 regular board meeting and had to recess due to that electrical issue. We have since reconvened. That was a little bit out of order. We called roll call earlier, but nonetheless. Item 4 is our Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is to my left. If we could please stand. Go ahead and lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you all. Item 5 is our land acknowledgement statement. It is respectful to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous people and their traditional territories. We acknowledge that we are on the historic homeland of the Red Willow people within the original territory of Taos Pueblo. This acknowledgement will oblige as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to respectfully recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Red Willow people whose land and water we benefit from in this great valley today. Item 6 is approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any proposed changes or amendments?
For the amendments that you made in the last meeting, let us stand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Secretary Tru.
So then we're moving 8.1 or whatever you already did.
It's, I believe, was it
8.1 was to follow 9.1.
here?
Move 8.1 to 9.1.
So President Flores, Vice President Spray, because we had to recess and reconvene, it's a whole new special board meeting. And so the agenda items have been renumerated
Okay.
to reflect the special board meeting. We did move the presentation of the, if I'm not mistaken, we did move the presentation.
Yes, I think it is now 10.2.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for referring to that, Secretary Trujillo. There was an addition to the agenda, which is item 8.1 of the consent. Hearing no amendments or revisions, Superintendent, there's nothing to change. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the meeting agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha.
Yes.
Board Member King.
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo.
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item 7 is public comment. Do we have anybody in the audience that wishes to speak during public comment or online? Mr. Ted, anybody online? You are, raise your hand. You wish to speak?
No.
Okay, we'll move from public comment to the consent agenda. We have one item under the consent agenda, which is 8.1, contract change to on-site FTE with Sharp Business Systems in the amount of $13,398.68. Superintendent, if you could just speak to what the purpose of this is, briefly summarize it.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, I'll defer to Director of IT and Communications, Mr. Ted. But for all intents and purposes, is just adding in an on-site FTE as allowed by the contract. But it's in addition to the previous contract that even though the amount is within the limits of being able to sign off on it. We wanted for transparency to be able to let the board know in the community that we have made or proposing an addendum to the contract, but I'll let Mr.
I think
Ted.
that should suffice.
Okay.
Any questions regarding the item on the consent agenda? Superintendent, do you have a recommendation for the item on the consent agenda?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, recommend considering approval of the consent agenda as presented. With 8.1, contract change to on-site FTE with Sharp Business Systems in the amount of 13,398 and 68 cents as proposed by Maria Jeanette, Director of IT and Communications.
So move to approve.
So moved.
I'll consider that a second. We have a.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I thought you.
A second from Vice President Spray. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item 9 is presentations. We're going to move to 9.1, which is our Black History Month presentation of Enos Garcia Elementary School, followed by Ranchos Elementary, correct or no?
Ranchos, yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
So we've got Royals there.
I have it up. You know, if you could project.
Want to use this one easier? Okay.
I guess so, yeah, that's fine. Thought it was gonna be, I'm sorry. Technical difficulties.
And President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, just a reminder that Mr. Spell did unfortunately get cut off in the middle of his presentation due to the power outage. So we leave it up to him if he'd like to start from the beginning or from where we last left off.
I'll start with the slide we stopped. It was really my first.
Either paper or you're gonna share. Which do you prefer? Paper or me sharing?
You know, quick. Yeah, that's fine.
Paper.
All right. Good evening, board members, President Flores, Dr. Layton, excuse me. We're gonna start with the second sheet, which is the second slide, where I left off. Excuse me. So our second slide is talking about stepping, which is a very, very important aspect of African-American culture. So this slide kind of gives you a little bit of background of why it's important and how it originated from African dance. And also it was made popular by historical Black universities. Being an attendant of a historical Black university, I actually got to see a lot of step shows. So it's a very deep, enriching experience to be able to see those. So our next slide shows our class. So I hosted a stepping class for our students and our parents. And these are just a few pictures of some of our students participating in some, I would say, very, very basic beginner steps. But they really enjoyed it. I have students still coming up to me during recess asking me, can they do the steps for me or can they perform it for the other students? So they really enjoyed it. We talked about the importance. We talked about the history of how during slavery it was used as a form of communication. We also talked about how sororities and fraternities at HBCUs use it as a form of honoring their ancestry. So that was also a part of the presentation part after our class. Our next slide is for our capoeira class. So we had a capoeira class in which I invited our parents and our students. And this slide just kind of explains a little bit of what capoeira is. It's a Brazilian martial art. It was used, well, it's over 400 years old. Let me step back. It's over 400 years old. So it is a form of dance, but it is also a form of self-defense. So it is a martial art. Our next slide is a picture of our students and some parents participating in our capoeira class. Sorry, everything keeps sliding down on me. We also hosted a STEM night. We talked about Henrietta Lack and we talked about the HeLa cell. We explained to them that through I guess you could say exploration or exploitation of this person, they were able to come up with what is called a HeLa cell, which is used in a lot of different vaccinations, including COVID-19 vaccination. But I have a list of some of the other vaccinations that is currently used in. So we talked about who Henrietta Lack was, and we explained the significance of why her cell or her DNA was so important. We did a science experiment, which they were able to extract DNA from a strawberry as well as their own cheeks. So they did cheek swabs and they made a necklace out of their DNA. So each student got to take that home and they really thought that was a really cool thing so they could see their own DNA. And I have a few pictures of that on our next slide. So if you take a look starting up here, we have some of our parents who are starting the process of the DNA extraction on the strawberry process. We have another student who is showing you her extraction, her actual DNA. I know we probably don't really know what DNA looks like, but I'm gonna try not to be so graphic, but it looks like slime or snot. But for strawberries. And our DNA is similar. However, we still would, to see on a microscopic level, we need a microscope, of course, but we're able to see the formation of DNA, and that's what they got a chance to see and to take home. The last, I don't have a slide for us. We actually have a video that I wanted to show you. And I did not have this as a part of my last presentation because it hadn't happened as yet, but this is actually a slide or a clip from our 5th grade performance for Black History Month. They put on a play called Can Kids Change the World? Board member King was actually able to make it, and he was very, very touched, and I'll let him speak to that later, but I wanted to show the rest of the board just a short clip of what it was that our 5th grade performers put on. So during the time that they were practicing for this play, they were able to learn about a lot of different historical figures that had to do with our Black history. One of the things that they discussed was the Greensboro Four. That those individuals that were a part of the sit-in at Woolsworth actually attended my university, North Carolina A&T. So to see our students putting on a play about a piece of history that is so close to my history and has a, oh, here we go, sound. 4 minutes.
Is the year 1960. The place is Greensboro, North Carolina. Little did they know it, but 4 young college students attending the College of North Carolina decided it was time to say it was unfair to be treated poorly simply because of the color of their skin.
Yes. People of color held jobs in towns and were able to buy things in stores, but they were not allowed to use the same water fountains, restrooms, and they were not served at the same stores they would buy things from. This was unfair and they decided to do something about it.
On February 1st, 1960, 4 18-year-old freshmen in college decided that they had enough of the inequality they were facing. As Al Blair Jr., David Richman, Franklin McCain, and Joseph McNeil decided to enact peaceful protests in their community of Greensboro, North Carolina. They decided that they would sit with the white people at the lunch counter.
We would like a lunch menu, please.
Yes, please, thank you.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
We do not serve African Americans here. Go to the other counter.
We are being respectful in the county and serve that's 2 feet away.
We are American citizens and we have money to pay for our food.
We are not leaving until we are served.
Justin, a group of college students dubbed the Greensboro Four, refused to move from the whites-only lunch counter at F.W. Woodhurst until they are served.
Those boys stayed until closing. They came back the next day ready to protest again. This time, an even larger crowd started to gather. Young black and white folks surrounded Woolworths, both scolding and cheering for Greensboro Ford.
We are not leaving until we are served!
It took 5 months for the JW's Woodward to change their policy of not serving all of their customers. 5 years later, in 1965, a new law was passed, not allowing segregation to happen in any public restaurant. Young people can change.
So that was just a snippet of what our performance was. There were a few different aspects of history that they touched upon. But one of the things I wanted to speak to is at the very end of this, they actually went into the audience and explained to different audience members what it was that they learned from this experience. So I found that to be very, very touching. And also it showed me that not only were they just listening to their teachers, they actually took something away from this experience. So I thank the board for your time and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smell. Board have any questions or comments?
Thank you though, very much. Nice.
Yeah, Mr. Spell was fortunate enough to have seats reserved for us. The board members were able to make it, so I had a front row seat. And as we said last board meeting, this is American history, and it was neat to see. Mr. Spell, was it only 5th graders or was it? Only 5th graders. So,
Board Member King.
I believe it's a new teacher, she kind of led the Blackbird Sing, was it, the last song? And, you know, I shared with Mr. Spell, I got very emotional because, you know, seeing the kids sing, was it, what, that's about 35 students maybe?
Yeah, close to 40.
Yeah, and they, you know, you could see the preparation, you could see the, you know, the skill set. The kids learn their parts, and just that song was a culmination. It was just really, really quite moving. So I'm happy to talk to President Mark, and we do have a New Mexico School Board Association guys for the state, and I want to recognize those 3 teachers because I believe it's something you want to reinforce positive behavior. I applaud Mr. Spell. Mr. Spell also got moved just when the kids were practicing. He gave some history, some context. And when Mr. Spell was a young man, his dad took him to a cafe that his dad wasn't able to eat at. And he obviously, Mr. Spell wanted to go to McDonald's, but his dad shared with him the significance. So once again, this is, you know, we're all on each other's shoulders, and it was just a beautiful, very touching, and just to be sitting in Taos and just to see the parents. It was well attended. Kids coming up, as Mr. Spell said, after the play, sharing with me what they learned. And you I shed tears of joy. It was very, very moving, very refreshing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments for Mr. Spell? Mr. Spell, thank you for your presentation. I think it's very creative and innovative how you included art, music, dance, and in particular science into the Black History Month program or events there at your school. Growing up, I remember some of my most memorable moments were participating in plays and activities such as that. So to incorporate the history of the Greensboro Four, as stated with the students, I think is going to be very impactful as they progress through life and understanding that it's very important to stand up for what is right. And as stated, kids can change the world. Through the work that educators do, you're impacting lives and you're inspiring them, and just with that activity, is impactful and inspiring. So thank you for your presentation. I do apologize. I did not attend. For some reason, I guess I either missed the invitation or, we have a board calendar, and I'll get with superintendent on that to make sure that, and I'll encourage our board members to do our best to make those type of events. But thank you for your presentation and all that you do at your school.
Thank you, Board. President Flores and members of the board, we are continuing this because this month is Women's History Month. So we are continuing all of the same types of events this month as well. And I'll make sure that you guys are all well informed.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just thought that it was very creative.
Yes.
So outside the box of the norm of just a presentation, just really bringing the kids forward. And that says a lot because they all participated, and you're standing there and you're just showing them off to us. And thank you for that.
Thank you.
And one more thing, thank you for the information that you did provide in your slides, because it is a little bit of a history lesson for myself, and I probably can speak on behalf of the board. You have some keynotes in here that speak to why you incorporated capoeira in the stepping, the tradition of stepping. Thank you so much, sir. So moving right along, we have Ranchos Elementary.
Mirror this. How do we mirror this? Oh, it's. I was.
Good evening, Board President Flores, members of the board, and Superintendent Layton. Every month, Ranchos Elementary School celebrates a different cultural or historic month, and we usually have that up on our marquee. And we have several classrooms that were participating in Black History Month. And these two posters, if you ever go into my office, I always have them up in my office. It's Roberto Clemente, who was not only African-American, but Hispanic as well. So he's one of my all-time heroes. My dad was a big baseball player. And we really revere Roberto Clemente. And then, of course, Martin Luther King Jr. Some of our classes didn't have a lot of their work ready, but some of them had, so we featured a couple of the kids there. Some of the things that we did for Black History Month is that we kicked it off with our African dancers, and you heard from Arroyos del Norte last board meeting about the dancers. We had a blast, and they were able to do drumming with some of our kids. And I do have some of those pictures in my actual board presentation tonight, so I will share those with you. Our fifth graders worked on biographies. So Mrs. Greenfield, one of our fifth grade teachers, really looked up 50 great African-American heroes. And so it wasn't typical just Martin Luther King Jr., maybe just Rosa Parks, but they really learned about 50 different people. And what they did was they drew pictures of the famous heroes, and then they wrote a little bit about them. So this one is Mae Jemison, and she was an astronaut. And so they drew her picture and, you know, wrote a little bit about why she was famous and why she was important. Here's Muhammad Ali. And so they drew a picture of Muhammad Ali and spoke a little bit about him. This is one of my favorite ones. She's very well known, Harriet Tubman, but this student actually wrote quotes that she said, like, there was no one to welcome me to the land of freedom. I was a stranger in a strange land. And so that was really important to her. It really touched her, and she wanted to include that. Of course, President Obama. And so I thought that was a really good rendering of President Obama. And you know I'm loud. But they also okay. So President Obama, and then of course they love sports here.
I'm sorry you're having.
That's okay. Turn it off. How's that? Oh. Okay. Alrighty. So then, alrighty.
There you go.
There's no more picture? I turned this back
Oh, yeah,
on.
it'll go back.
Okay. There we go. So then, Michael Jordan, of course, one of their all-time favorites. And I was surprised. I really enjoyed one of our students choosing Jackie Robinson. So he was really inspired by Jackie Robinson's story. And we often forget that he really opened the door for many African-American athletes. So I was really inspired by that. We also have Alvin Ailey, Rosa Parks, and John Lewis. So we were really proud of our fifth graders for creating those biographies. The third grade, they had discussions about Black American accomplishments. So from science to education, many other areas, they spoke about them. Second grade, they studied President Obama, combining Black History Month with President's Day. And I thought that that was really clever of Ms. Martinez, our second grade teacher. Pre-K worked on arts and crafts, and they created drums, they created instruments. It was really fun to see that. Students in the English language development bilingual classes learned famous quotes from Dr. Martin Luther King, and they had them posted on their bulletin board. And our librarian, Ms. Layton, focused on books featuring African Americans and African American authors. So she had those displayed in the library so that our students could check them out. They get to check out books every Monday. So that was really nice too. And then, this is one picture, on the top left of the students drumming with the African drummers that were there. One of our students, Ezekiel, this is his biography on President Obama on the right. There's the African drummers on the left, and then there's some of the books that the students were able to check out from the library. We had a great time, and we'll have another great time now for Women's History Month, now in March. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Senator Marmal. Does the board have any questions or comments for our Ranches Elementary principal? Secretary Trujillo.
I was recalling the movie of Harriet. And I just had to confirm that she was responsible for the Underground Railroad. What an incredible lady, the boldness and the courage that she had. But you mentioned, who were the other people that you mentioned? Because there was someone else that just kind of just stood out for me.
Rosa Parks and John Lewis, Alvin Ailey, Jackie Robinson, Michael Jordan, President Obama, Harriet Tubman, Mae Jemison, and Muhammad Ali.
Maybe all of them. I'm going to say all of them because, again, each of them just an extraordinary lives, with purpose, courage, and the boldness that made America what America is today. And thank you for the presentation and reminding us. Again, I think we all need to be reminded of our history and just appreciate it. And again, Harriet, the movie is on Netflix for whoever wants to see it. It's incredible.
Board Member King.
Yeah, I want to compliment you, Dr. Madeline, because you've been doing this for a while. You showed me your bulletin board when I was elected, and I think we were going to the school site. So I just want to congratulate you on now. Sounds like the whole school is engaged, and it really is American history. There's nothing like sharing a story. I think you're getting the kids ready for college or their life experience. They'll have a colleague that's a color and there won't be any adjustment for them. And it's a seamless society, with technology, iPhones, we see things across the world. So I just want to compliment you on how you are educating the kids for life, and just, it is an American story. So
Thank you so much.
and appreciate your events. I will definitely make a point. I see you and Mr. Spell, you guys share ideas, and we appreciate your leadership and trust.
Thank you.
I think I remember. I don't think you mentioned him. There was a scientist, or considered a scientist, that invented the peanut.
George Washington Carver?
Yes, him. It just.
And there were a few that didn't finish the assignment. There was one that did Ice Cube. He loves Ice Cube, and he's one of the 50 heroes. And I don't see it in here, but I'm pretty sure there was somebody who had George Washington Carver, but they might not have completed the assignment. So
I remember him in school. I mean, reading and learning about him. And again, the development of what from just the peanut, and what came from just the peanut, everything that came from that one invention. Thank you.
thank you so much.
Dr. Senator Marmal, well, of course, I echo our board members' comments. They couldn't have said it any better. Just from my notes as I went through your presentation, very creative, engaging, and educational. In looking at the young student, it referenced some of President Obama's achievements. I thought that was really cool to see that the students are actually writing down the quotes from like Harriet Tubman and so forth. I always enjoy reading famous individuals' quotes. I feel that they're very empowering, and to see that the students are using art and research to learn about history. It was very creative and innovative. As Board Member King mentioned, American history, Black history is American history. And, just showing our students that it doesn't matter what color you are, whatever ethnic background or, our own uniquenesses, we can be instrumental in changing the world or being a part of history. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Very exciting. Look forward to maybe next month's presentation on women's history.
Test, test.
Yes. Our next presentation is 9.2, Taos Municipal Schools Black or BHI presentation. Mrs. Emmy Martinez de Herrera and middle school principal Linda Martinez.
Good evening, President Flores, board members, Dr. Layton. We are here to discuss the Behavioral Health Initiative. This initiative is to start looking at setting policy, prioritizing and supporting behavioral and mental health for students within the school system. This came to us maybe about 2 months ago. We signed some papers agreeing to it, not knowing what we were getting into. And upon going to a conference in Albuquerque, a first meeting, we came to an understanding that we are one of 6 different districts in the state that are going to be creating policy for the state. It's a pilot program, yes. So within that, the goals of this initiative are to build and refine a comprehensive behavioral health system of support within each high school and middle school in the state, using the MLSS model with focusing on layer 1, where all staff, not just behavioral health clinicians, can provide support. It's identifying the supports needed at the district level to support the full model and focusing on implementing it well, not just getting things in place. So part of that, what our district has decided to do is to focus right now on grades 5 through 9. So in these focus grades, there's 2 things that we really are going to be focusing. Well, 3 things. The overall is restorative justice. But under restorative justice are 2 branches. And the first one is finding a trusted adult. The idea is for each student to have a consistent, safe, and supportive person that they can turn to when they need guidance, accountability, or help repairing harm. So right now at middle school level, Margot Valdez has put out a survey, and I think there's an average of 78% of our students at middle school have voiced who their trusted adult is, who they can go to. So now the idea is trying to figure out the other 32 or 28% of how we're gonna get those ones a trusted adult. The next one is community circles, and these are structured conversations where students and staff sit in a circle to build relationships, strengthen trust, and solve problems together. As of last week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, all middle school teachers, 9th grade teachers, and 5th grade teachers came to admin, and they participated in restorative justice training where they taught them about circles. What I got from my staff was nothing but positivity. They said they laughed, they cried. Some of them the very next day came to school, had their classroom set up in a circle, and went full force with it. So I really do believe that we're moving in the right direction when it comes to restorative justice and these practices. Both Principal Martinez and our Herrera and I were able to see in Raton, because Raton is a full restorative justice school. We were able to see what restorative justice has done in their school. And we were able to see those circles being practiced. You walk in, they tell them, get in. You can tell that it's not staged. The kids know what to do. The questions are asked, they pass, they answer the question, and then they keep going. So I have faith that our school, our district is gonna get to where they need to get to. Miss Margot Valdez has already started. I think she goes to each of our schools. She goes to the elementaries too. And she does these SEL circles with some of the kids. So the kids are already knowing what these circles entail.
So what we look at is we have the opportunity with our wellness rooms. So the middle school has a wellness room and the high school has our wellness room. And within the restorative practice or restorative justice practice, it's a supportive space where students are able to regulate their emotions, reflect on their actions, and prepare to repair harm. So that's one of the steps of the restorative justice practice. And then successfully rejoin their learning community. So at the high school specifically, what we're looking at beyond the training is to be able to provide these circles. So any service provider that we have at the high school, whether it's Taos Behavioral Health, Taos Alive, our social workers, our teachers, we're asking them to use that common language. So we're having these relationship building circles. We've been fortunate because Taos Alive comes in to our wellness because we don't have it manned otherwise, but they come in and through a grant, they're able to be here at least 4 days. And she's doing circles every single day with the kids. And she has she comes in so excited about her 20 kids that she had for the day. She has a talking stick for them. And she has these really guided, like an emotional, kind of like a wellness check for them. And then they're able to kind of talk to each other. And then the hope is, and this is the expectation with her as well, is that they have some sort of education first, some sort of conversation about these practices, and then they're able to socialize with one another. So those spaces are so vital in our schools because they create that environment for students to feel safe, to, check in, to reset. And then we have a restorative justice behavior matrix. So basically what we've been asked to do is to create this matrix to say, what are the timelines? I don't know, this is new to all of us, but when we look at this pilot, PED and Department of Health, they are instrumental in meeting deadlines. They're like, okay, by Friday, you need to have this done. And, they're sending these, and we've been meeting with them. I know they have strict deadlines for us, but we've been meeting with them almost on a weekly basis. It'll turn into every other week, but they just sent this morning a really great resource for through PED for restorative justice. So it's an online free class for our educators to learn more about it. So we've had really good, Linda, we discussed this, that we would start strong at the middle schools and elementary so they know the common practices at the high school. Our freshman students, we really want to enact that with our freshmen, but then really engage the teachers. Because what we saw in Raton was they've gone through they talked about it, they've gone through those growing pains because some teachers say, okay, let's talk about this. And then you walk into something that may not be your professional area of expertise and you have to scale back a little bit. But these relationship building circles, when they're modeled appropriately, students are able to communicate, and it's building relationships, and it's having that trusted adult. That is something that I know the middle school came back immediately after one of our trainings and said, and they use that language. So students are going to really start understanding all the way from elementary up through the high school, that common language of behavioral health. In addition to this behavioral matrix, we are on the same page as far as rolling out restorative justice practices. But then also one of the suggestions they had is to create a behavioral health initiative team of providers. And we've done that at high school, and now we're inviting the middle school over. So that's our social workers, that's El Centro, it's Taos Behavioral Health, it's our counselors. So that's really our nurse. And it's an environment where all of these people that have the same common goal come together. And we've seen major changes. We wanted signs and inspirational signs in the bathroom. They were up the next day. So you bring together a good solid foundation, and then everyone works together for that lift. And in this case, it's our restorative justice practices.
And I will say that we, our 5th grade through 9th grade teachers got trained, but the idea is in August, we expand it. So in time, the whole district has changed. So in August, fourth grade teachers and 10th grade teachers will get trained along with any new staff between 4th and 9th grade. Then the following year, it'll be the next grades until it'll take a few years to get everybody trained. But the idea is that everybody in the district has these trainings. The behavior matrix, the restorative justice behavior matrix is crucial for us because right now all schools have a behavior matrix.
Mm-hmm.
If you do this the first time, this is the consequence. If you do this the second time, this is the consequence, so on and so forth. But it's very important that our restorative practices align the same way across the board. So that's something that we'll begin to work on as well as a district. So questions?
Questions, comments? Board Member Concha.
Thank you, President Flores. Well, first of all, I'm excited to hear that there's a behavioral health initiative taking place. Do you know any of the other districts that were chosen or the names of the programs?
Raton is our partner district, and they're actually making some great gains, and it's really nice to learn from what they're doing, and I think vice versa. So we'll continue working together with them.
We have Silver City, Artesia. Silver City, Artesia, I'm trying to see at the, where they were sitting. There was a school from Albuquerque,
I believe there were 7 of us.
7 schools.
Mhm.
I'm not sure who the other was. We worked closely with Raton, which was really nice because we've already gone to Raton to see the school and see how they're full blown in implementing restorative practices. So they're good. It's good to have that relationship with them.
Right, and that MLSS model has been around for quite some time, and I mean, unfortunately, we're barely getting started now, but I think it's better late than never because
Oh,
we've been
we're-
talking about it for a while.
And we're used to seeing it academically.
That's-
This is completely, now we're gonna see it at a mental health standpoint. So it's crucial. It's needed in many ways.
Right,
And when you look at that, the MLSS behavior is always at the bottom. It's always like that mental health piece is at the bottom, and now this is elevating it to the top, which is very nice, I think, on very many levels. One of the things that this collaborative group has done, they sent out an email about a training here in Taos for the mental health first aid. And they're offering stipends to teachers, and Miss Associate Superintendent Mondragon has also been supporting our efforts to get teachers trained in that way, because one of the plans that we have is to get teachers trained. So not only in restorative practices, but in the mental health practices as well.
right, and I think that's also important because a while back, a long time ago, I used to do behavior management within the schools, and there was a lot of stigma associated with students struggling with behavioral challenges, and there was a lot of like, it wasn't restorative, right? It was kind of punitive in the way they were dealt with and the consequences they received and stuff like that. And there definitely wasn't enough therapists or counseling services, anything like that.
After the training last week, I had a teacher come back and tell me, I said, how was it? It was really good. She said, and I realized in myself how much more patient I needed to be with the kids because they're just kids.
Right. It's almost like making every teacher a BMS worker.
Yes, that's exactly
essentially,
what
yeah.
it is.
And that's almost what they're doing now without the training though. And
Yeah,
that's the expectation that you have in the classroom, is that there are a lot of behaviors that you have to deal with as a teacher. But this is giving them the training on how to manage those.
and I also think, language is important in breaking it down and getting not only teachers, students, parents, but community to understand a restorative justice model versus restorative justice in itself, right? Because restorative justice in itself is the collaborative process focused on repairing harm caused by crime rather than punishing the offender. So we don't want to imply that our students are victims of some sort, right? And we're definitely guiding them in the right direction to repair harm. But what should a community member ask, what would an example of students repairing harm be? What type of
I can
harm?
do it. So today I did it at school. We had a falling out for the last 3 days between 2 girls wanting to fight, one came up to me and said, if she even touches me, I'm gonna hit her. And I said, no, you're not. And she says, yes, I am. I said, well, you know the consequences of if you put your hands on somebody. At that moment, the little girl was walking up, the other little girl, and I grabbed them both, took them to my room, made them sit knee to knee, literally touching each other's knees. They had to look at one another and they had to tell each other why they were upset with each other. And once they realized why they were upset, one of them was crying, the other one was telling them they were sorry. It's not about the punitive, I'm gonna send you home, you're getting suspended. It's repairing whatever was broken. And one was really hurt with the other and making them touch. They had to touch knees and look right at each other. It breaks down those walls. It breaks down that I don't know,
Whatever it is that
whatever it is.
I think what this does is it gives us the opportunity to communicate with students. You immediately, when there's an issue with the student, disciplinary or not, like you think about, okay, let's use this as an opportunity to educate the student about the choices they're making versus going straight to any type of punitive measure. This is what you did. Honestly, you don't want to send them home. But in cases, there's certain cases that you have to, but in situations that are minimal like this, you can prevent that from happening. And chances are they were probably best friends a few weeks ago.
And I was the trusted adult.
Mhm.
That's why she came to me to tell me that, because she didn't want to get into a fight. She wanted that repair to be made, so she didn't have to.
Right, and I think also you mentioned something important, that sometimes you uncover situations and things within students that are a little bit above, our scale of handling, that maybe need professional help. But I also think that's super important to not forget the underlying issues, the root causes, of why these students are struggling the way they are, which comes out in acting out behaviors, fighting, missing school, tardy, whatever it is.
Makes sense.
Mhm.
And when you're vulnerable, the repair can start.
And it enhances culture, your school culture. The kids know that you care. They know that there's a different way that you're looking at them and trying to ensure that they understand and communicating. So it's a really great
And
program.
how is it with parental involvement or engagement?
I don't really, at middle school level, I haven't really pushed it out, and the community doesn't really know restorative practices,
Right.
restorative, I have not put it out there. But as far as behavior wise, I've reported before that our behavior is 50% down, because we have been doing restorative practices. When Mr. Chavez calls home, he lets him know, look, your child did this, because every time he meets with a kid, he'll call if it's for a behavior purpose. We didn't do this, instead we did this. So I really haven't heard much, because it's not really been put out there, but I do know that the behaviors have decreased, and I think parents are appreciating the phone calls.
That's all I have, but yeah, again, I'm excited to know and see behavioral health initiatives, on all grade levels, not just at the high school, because I think the sooner we address and get to these students, the better off they are when they reach your school. Thank you.
Vice President Spray.
Yeah, hi. Hey, Mom. You'll be good at this because you're a good mom. I couldn't be happier than getting this report tonight. You just have made my day or my week. And I just want to ask you to please make a note to yourselves to come back to us periodically and tell us how it's going, because I'm so excited to hear about it. I'm thrilled. Thank you. Thank you so much for it's taking everything an extra step that's way needed. And it adds more to you, but in the end, it's going to be easier for you when kids learn to, yeah,
It
I
really
would think so.
is.
So happy to hear it. Thank you both so much. Mhm.
Secretary Trill.
Thought that I have is that they're gonna be able to learn, because get past whatever it is that is bothering this child, or where they're stuck, or where they're at in their life, in their precious, precious little lives. And that we are so, so responsible for as adults, trusted adults, that they will know that they are free to learn what they need to learn. And the teachers, having that connection with the teachers will be able to teach and in a way that the child will receive from them and learn what we're here to teach them. And there's going to be much that's going to come from this.
I just have one other question real quick. Is Taos Behavioral Health involved in any collaboration, and you guys?
We-
Wellness group.
Yeah, with their wellness group, they're on site with us, and I've already spoken to them about the language around circles and community building relationships, and we've shared information there, and then they're part of our wellness team as well, the one that we've created. So they're extremely instrumental, and the moment we have any concern for a student, they're there, and we text them, and then we let them know, and they're at our door, working with the student. So Taos Behavioral Health in El Centro and Taos Alive at the high school.
Thank you.
If I may, President Flores, Superintendent Layton, I wanted to add to that also that our SEL coordinator, Marco Valdez, works directly with Taos Behavioral Health, and talking about the common language, that has been one of the initiatives that she's been working with them on, is making sure that they have the same language that the teachers do, that she does when we're going into these restorative circles or the restorative justice. So one of the things I want to say is that our district is one of the favorites of PED. So our principals really took on this initiative, and it was an ask of all of them that we not only focus on the mid school and the high school and the fifth grade, but our elementary principals asked if we could take it down to the rest of the teachers. And so PED, because they are excited of where the district is right now, has agreed to train the rest of our teachers in April. So we have some upcoming dates for that. And I just want to commend the mid school on the trusted adult. We've said that multiple times in a lot of our other board meetings, how important it is for our students to have a trusted adults, like our Native American liaisons are typically our trusted adults for those students. But mid school, we did the survey, and we had 80% averaging for all of our students that had a trusted adult. And with that, after we identified the students who didn't have a trusted adult, we looked and saw if they had a trusted peer that they could go to, and students had that. And then there was a small amount of students that didn't have anybody that they felt like they could turn to. So Ms. Valdez and Linda School are going now out and reaching to those students so that they do have a trusted adult in the school. So I think this is that huge supportive piece instead of, as you said, Board Member Concha, the punitive piece of restoring our students back in and recognizing what trauma that they do have in their lives.
Board Member King.
Appreciate it, President Mark. Just a clarification, if you guys can help me, Ms. Simi and the MLSS, what's that acronym stands for?
It's a multi-layer system of support. And it used, in some states, it's MTSS. Yeah.
Then the other question, how are these kids identified? You shared with the high school, there was it's like 20 kids. So are there is issues and then?
The way it's working is that we have our wellness room open Monday through Thursday during lunchtime, and those students come in and they're able to eat their lunch. They're able to meet with Tesla Live. And the agreement we have with Tesla Live is that there's that educational piece that happens. It can be a topic of their choice. It can be on health. It can be on wellness. It can be on mental health. And I approve those prior to. And then the kids come in, and it's very nice because they're seeing that structure, and she communicates with them, and they're building relationships, and they come back. And these students are coming back on a daily basis. And there was a point where Tesla Live lost their funding for a grant, so she was down to 1 day. And thankfully, she was able to get another grant from a private vendor to be able to be at the high school 4 days a week. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that support for them. So it's a choice, the student choice.
And another thing for these wellness rooms, because I don't have somebody to man my wellness room, but the PED is wanting to this year to hire to fund a person to man each of the wellness rooms within all the schools. Well, the 7 districts or the 6 districts.
And where that really originated, when we applied for the wellness room grant from the PED, there's feedback coming from them in regards to what are the next steps. Yeah, and that's where we are looking at moving forward. So they follow up and say what's needed. Well, we need it to be manned now because we have this beautiful space or spaces within our district, and now we need the support staff for them.
So how long is it, man? Is it couple hours, 4 hours?
Ours is now she's up to 4 days a week, at least 3 to 4 hours a day. And we have just to give you a little more information, is we do have our, one of our counselors have a referral process. We have a referral process. So it's our dean process is what it's called. So if there's a teacher that has a concern for a student, then we go through the process and then we can make the referral. If we are suspending any students for anything that they need to be out of school, we make the referral for Tesla Live because they're youth mentors.
Appreciate it.
One last comment, President Flores. Thank you, Ms. Mondragon, for mentioning, that the elementary school teachers will, or one of you, whoever mentioned, I'm sorry, will be trained, because it brought something to mind that I've seen recently where a student, their parents switched schools actually because he was having behavior challenges, and he switched to a school within the district. And without mentioning any names, I just want to make sure that the child and the student and the parents at the next school get the support and maybe part of the pilot in some ways, because I actually do know the parents whom I worked with way back when I was doing BMS. So there's definitely a history and a pattern. And if it's repeating itself, you know, we want to be able to catch that rather than a student switch school because of his issues weren't addressed. And I'll get with Dr. Layton on that to give a little bit more details. But I think starting at elementary is instrumental in addressing these behavior problems. Thank you.
President Flores, Superintendent Layton, Board Member Concha, that is something that Ms. Valdez does do at the elementaries right now, even though our teachers aren't fully trained. I think Arroyos might actually be the only school site that is fully trained as of right now, and then we'll get the rest of them trained. But Ms. Valdez is able to go in and she's starting those restorative circles for situations such as that when it turns into a behavior. So we've at least started that piece, but we're looking forward to it being fully incorporated into the district.
Thank you, Board, for your comments. I have a couple questions. I guess my first question directed Ms. Mondragon, or maybe one of you ladies could speak to. So with the initiative of the 6 districts that were selected, is there any funding that is provided for this?
Part of that funding is to man the wellness room. I'm not sure, well, all the trainings that are being done with restorative justice, they are so well, they are excited. They're so excited and they'll come for whatever we need.
And they're really looking at, through the scope of what we need. Do you know what I mean? Because they're really saying, okay, well, we're rolling out this initiative and these are the schools and what is it that they need? Because some schools need to have it, like Raton has theirs manned, you know what I mean, all of the time. So they have a high population of students going through there. And what they're asking, what do we need? What do we need to make this successful, which is very helpful.
And we're blessed enough and along with Enos that we already have, well, they call theirs the Zen room. But we have these wellness rooms. I think you had written a grant to get this a couple of years ago, right? So that's part of the money also, maybe for the other elementaries that they'll fund those wellness rooms. Because in the wellness room, there's bean bags and different kind of seating, lighting, it's fidget toys. There's all kinds of different things where the student can feel comfortable.
President Flores, Vice President Wright, members of the board, I was privy to be able to sit in one of these restorative trainings on Wednesday, I believe it was. And the excitement in the room was pretty high because of what the trainers were able to share, the different levels of be ready force. You know, there could be a time when it's a little bit more than what a circle can handle, but it was also be ready for students to be able to share out what a lot of the issues that they have been experiencing. So it was good to be able to sit in there for a good, I would say a good 45 minutes, but there's some promising steps that we're taking. And if anything else, is just to make sure that the students are well supported, no matter just academically, but also social, emotional.
In the training, who is providing the training?
And pumps.
ED and Palms. Okay.
And if I may add to that, not only are they providing us with the restorative practices, but it's also the safety plan initiatives that we have for students that did have to be out of school for a specific amount of time due to whatever policies that were broken, but there's a safety plan for us to bring them back in. And when we're thinking of safety plan, it's more of how can we support the student when they come back into the school system? Are they going to need somebody to speak to? Are they going to need time in a Zen den? Or are we going to have a restorative circle for the class? And just us going through that protocol for students so that when they do come back into the school system, they are supported.
Thank you, Ms. Mondragon. This is a very powerful initiative. You know, one of the things that just strikes me is how the district has really how we've been working to develop restorative justice over the course of the last couple of years, and it shows with the 50% decrease that we've seen in behavioral issues at middle school specifically, and I'm hoping and I'm sure that we're seeing it across the district in our other school sites. I think one of the things that we're all aware of is behavioral issues. A lot of times is a cycle of learned behavior, and I know Board Member Concha may have asked or touched on it briefly, but how are we engaging the parents, or do we plan to engage parents in some form?
It's definitely a step that we want to take, to build that community with our parents, to really have them involved in this process, and having, all the entire district on board with this is gonna be helpful, because then they're gonna see it through as the student goes into the next grade level, all the way through the high school. But we want to build that the best practices with our families to ensure they have the support that they need as well. So if we're looking at that trauma-informed informed practice, and we're looking at a historical view of the student, it's you can't separate the two. So if there's something that we can do to ensure that the student and the family is getting what they need while in that the learning environment, then that's just something that we can take a step towards achieving. That's the way we see it. At the high school, we have very involved parents, very much so. And I think that if they understand the restorative practice, which I share through my weekend emails, but it's just not a ton of that information, the more education that we provide for them, the better they are going to be equipped to then ask for resources and seek out the support that, you know what I mean, for the needs that they have.
And I know, well, President's, Principal Spell just shared with me an email that he did send out to his parents about restorative practices at the middle school. I want to make sure that I conquer it before I send it out, because I don't ever want a parent to come back and say, well, you said you were doing this and we didn't get through that. So I just want to make sure that we can do it at least 80% correctly before I push it all out to all the parents. But I do know that Mr. Chavez does go through, hey, you know, according to our discipline matrix, this is what should be happening. But I did this instead. Restoratively, we did this instead.
I'm not done, but yeah, 1 second. It's definitely going to create a culture shift for sure. And I think we're seeing it in our schools, and I look forward to further implementation and development. And thank you, ladies, for working on this. And I'm very happy to hear that the district is one of those districts that were selected for this. I heard a lot of good things tonight in the presentation that make me happy. I think when you speaking in regards to the conflict resolution that is being practiced, these are skills that the students will be able to utilize throughout their whole life. And I think it's important that they start young. The world today is very contentious, and there's a lot of tension and stress, and a lot of issues everybody's dealing with. And it's not just conflict with individual or other human beings, but just the stresses of life in general. So I really happy to hear this. A lot to say about it, but look forward to hearing more and seeing how we're going to further positively impact our students and their families. I know that Taos has a lot of challenges, and again, speaking to I think it's important that after we get a handle on it with our students, that we look to engage their families, because it is I think a cycle of we have parents that are doing their best to raise their children with limited resources, single parents, grandparents, and they themselves are trying to navigate through historical traumas and those challenges that we all know that our neighbors and co-workers and people in the community face, and our kids are the ones that are impacted by adult behaviors. And so it's exciting. Thank you so much, Vice President Spray. And
Yeah, I just had a thought, and excuse me, I had to read through something that I neglected to read earlier, and it's coming up on the agenda. So you might have already said this, and if you did, I apologize. But it seems to me like this would be a super good thing to talk to the Taos News about when you get it more to the 80% level, or when you want to, and let everyone in the community know about it. It's so positive. And then parents could say to their kids, oh, I read about that, or whatever. It would be really, really cool if you would do that, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Just one last thing, I promise. I think it's also a great opportunity to create those mentorship moments. Like you discussed, the two girls who were having conflict, and maybe utilizing them in some capacity to talk to younger students when it rolls out into the elementaries, or maybe some type of training if they want to be mentors, and CEO Fridays, just somehow making it all.
That's exactly what we have set up. So we had a plan for, now that this training happened, to train some of the high school students that were vested in it. So it was a mentorship program. So we're gonna bring them back because it was an after-school day that we had scheduled, but with sports and all their activities and works and families, it didn't work out. However, the team for PED said, let us know when they can come back and they'll work around, they'll work with the student schedule. So we have a large interest of students wanting to be mentors. And the great thing about restorative practices, if you look at it, it goes from the preventative all the way through to the restorative. So you're not just, typically you see the initiatives, okay, at the end, how are we going to fix it after it's broken? This is actually a preventative measure to build those relationships, to have a trusted adult, to learn how to communicate and say, fighting isn't the answer, or, dealing with my stress this way isn't the answer. I'm going to go to a trusted adult, and then all the way in between to, if something does happen, this is how we restore that damage.
The whole thing is opportunity to have lessons learned. You don't have to learn your lesson at the very end when you're already in trouble and now you've made a bad decision and there's no restorative. You have to be suspended because it's one of the non-negotiables. It's making those decisions and learning how to cope with them and deal with them. It's opportunity.
And no better person to learn from than someone who's been through it, because self-disclosure is important in certain contexts when you're working with youth and children, because they want to meet someone who's been in their shoes, or they'll trust somebody a little bit more when they know there's a connection there. So I'm huge on mentorship, so I'm excited to see what happens with all of that.
If any of you ever want to go to one of the schools and do a circle, let us know like 15 minutes ahead of time, and at the middle school anyways, I can get one of my teachers to do a circle so you can take part in a circle. It literally doesn't take more than 5 minutes.
Sounds exciting. Board Member King, and then I have one final comment.
I think this is, and I think you guys may be picking this up, but this is huge for safety. As far as bullying, you guys, let's just thank our higher power of safety, because when a kid can feel they're being heard, it's keeping everyone safe. So I'm just tickled pink that we are having this conversation, and really our state is a rural state, so we don't have a bunch of people, we don't get lost. It's like, oh, there's someone there on the trail or something. So this is great that we're talking. We know, you guys know, we will see each other again. So it's great that students can they can share their concerns, and we can, everyone can be heard. I think when that happens, then we move forward. Life's a learning experience. This is education. So I compliment you.
I just have one last comment. I think, it's important that our students realize also that, when the decisions we make as individuals don't just affect personal outcomes, but they also affect other people. And I think when you're young, and I've had to experience this through, hard ways, is, acting out and our behavior, if it's a bullying or, whatever it may be, it affects other people and it reverberates. And so I think it's just good to know that this is being worked on. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Moving right along, we have 9.3 of our presentation is a Level D bus purchase presentation by Michelle Martinez, our transportation supervisor.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Flores, Dr. Layton, members of the board. And I know you're probably a little bit confused because I was introduced by Michelle, just so you know, I do run by two names. Samantha is my middle name. My legal name is Michelle. So now that we've switched over to DocuSign, everything's coming out Michelle. So that's where if you're wondering, that's what that's about. So tonight I'm bringing forth a presentation on a purchase of a used activity bus that's equipped with a lift. And as I go through the slide, it'll give a little bit more context to what it's about and how we're able to do so.
And for the board's knowledge, there is a packet of the presentation with each one of you.
So this is a little bit of overview about the bus that we purchased.
It's a 2013 International IC school bus. It is configured with a front engine configuration. It was previously operated as a route bus for to and from transportation. This bus is equipped with a hydraulic wheelchair lift, and it does include all the attachments and securements that are required. And then these are some pictures of the bus. So it's in, as you can see, it's in really good condition, well taken care of. So state statute, which I have here, shows us that route buses are permitted for use for a 12-year span. After 12 years, they are placed out of service and you can no longer use them for to and from transportation. But we are allowed to use them for the purpose of activity trips for up to 20 years. So this bus here was previously owned by one of our school bus contractors, Mr. Jace Trujillo. And it is taken out of service. It has been expired from route. And so he was selling the bus. So these are the features of the bus. It shows that it's ADA compliant. These are just pictures of how a wheelchair mount on a bus works. We do know, since this bus was previously part of the Taos Municipal Schools fleet, I do have records of all inspections, all of maintenance records, everything. So we do know that this bus was well maintained. So the reason that we're purchasing this bus is currently we do not have any buses that are that have a wheelchair lift. The two wheelchair lift buses that we utilize, bus 23 and 21, are owned by school bus contractors. So if there is a need for an activity trip, we have to outsource or contract with our contractors to be able to transport students who are mobility impaired. So by purchasing this bus, we will be able to provide this service in-house with our own drivers. And then here's this kind of like what I was saying. This will help us control a little bit more of the scheduling. We can do more in-house. We're not having to outsource. We're not having to schedule these trips within bus routes because those two buses that we contract with, their primary duty is a bus route. So they can only be used outside the hours of their current route. And it just helps support students who are mobility impaired to be able to attend trips with their peers. So the price of the bus is $4,000, which is actually a really good deal for a bus, especially wheelchair equipped. They're wheelchair lift equipped. They're more costly than a regular bus. And it also reduces our need to outsource to our contractors, as I've said. Yeah, so that's pretty much all that I have about it. So just want to thank you all.
Do
Any questions?
you prefer Samantha or Michelle?
Samantha. So I actually never realized that my name was Michelle till I started school. When the teacher started calling Michelle, I was like, who's that? So I prefer to be called Samantha, but I will answer to both.
Well, thank you, Ms. Martinez. I think it's a great plan. Definitely the reduced reliance on outside contractors is key. And for $4,000, you'll probably get that much money in close to in the scrap metal for the bus. So we get a return on investment down the road. And then the services for our mobility impaired students, I think, is priceless. We want to make sure that we're taking care of those needs and being equitable and allowing them to attend the same type of activities and functions that our other students can participate in. So that's very important. Yes, Secretary Chu.
I just think, I always look, and Dr. Mortens has approved the budget for this expenditure. So, and again, the $4,000 is just nominal for something that could be so valuable and useful. And I'd like to say that my real name is Karen and my middle name is Susan.
Nice to meet you, Karen. I'm Michelle.
And I know. And so it turns out that what happens is that your, Susan is my given name.
Yes.
So then Samantha is your
It's
given
my
name.
given name.
So when I was gonna get my passport, I thought, what am I gonna do? Everything is under my given name. And so the lady at the post office says, that's no problem. She says, just bring me a couple of documents that say that that's your given name. So again,
So I'm
that's
sure you-
why I say, I always sign Susan K.
Yes, yes.
It's Susan K. Trujillo.
So I'm sure you've signed a few affidavits that you're the same person in your life. Yes.
No, it's
Um,
okay.
Any other questions?
The only question I had was how often do you have to outsource for those activities for students with disabilities?
It varies. So for ski club, we had to outsource this year, because we had one student, enrolled at Ranchos Elementary who required a lift. Oftentimes the parents will opt to take the student. They have that, ability, and that's kind of pretty much the route they do, but this year we did outsource.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Well, this is just a presentation. I appreciate the information, and I think it's great to get it out there to the community that we're, looking at all the needs of all of our students. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Item 9.4 is Operations Department Board Presentation. Mr. Marcos Herrera, the Director of Safety, Security, and Operations.
I grabbed glasses because I can't read this stuff, but
pretty small.
is it possible for me to do this? And
We can see their hand.
I think we can put my computer. Let's take it. There we go. President Flores,
Mr.
Vice
Herrera.
President Spray, members of the board, Dr. Layton. As directed by, oh, you know what, let's give me the paper. As directed by superintendent, all of our departments. I'm gonna give you guys a little overview of how our departments are doing. It is operations turn again. So student nutrition is one of our 4 departments that we're covering today. Taos Municipal Schools Student Nutrition Program continues to send out student surveys to students at THS, TMS to gather feedback for to improve meal participation. I'd like to thank both our principals back here. They did an excellent job of sending this out. I think at the middle school alone, we had 200 students on one survey. Emmy's was pretty high as well. So we continue to update the department's strategic plan to address program goals, financial stability needs. So that one's a big one. Dr. Martins and I have obviously been working a lot on the finance for nutrition. We've come to the conclusion of, we have a lot of people. We're looking to see how we can have that cost cut at some point before the 27 budget comes out. And it looks like we did have some retirees put in, so that's going to help us out a lot. Staff will be attending professional development focused on increasing scratch-made cooking. I know a lot of you are interested in this. Right now, we already meet and exceed the state's 50% scratch-made cooking. For the money that we do get, we want to be at 65 here in Taos. We want to get to that point. So our kitchen managers and Miss Duran will be off tomorrow to Albuquerque for a training on scratch-made cooking. They will be bringing that information back to the kitchens. I expect some good things from that. I was actually scheduled to go as well, but we had schedule change. So Samantha is actually going to be going on my behalf, so she'll be there. For those of you who don't know, Samantha does a lot of the assisting for the operations department as well as her regular job. Student nutrition supervisor has met with various commodity brokers to compare pricing and identify saving opportunities. So these are some of the things that we are looking at for next year and for this year at the end of the year is just to try and save some money on a little bit more of the food. Because now that those surveys are continuing to come in, well, we know the items that we want to serve more of, which means we want a better deal on it next year. So we might leave the co-op and we might actually go out on our own with brokers because we could save some money for the district that way because we don't need all the food that we're getting now, currently, we can actually be more specific because we're gonna change the menus to where they're more repetitive. So instead of 30 days of different meals, we're gonna actually have maybe 5 days of meals that students like, and maybe another 5 days of the meals that students like, breaking it up every now and then for something exotic or weird that they're not used to. We have begun providing snacks for the after-school extracurricular activities to support student engagement and extended day program. We're very actually excited about this one. Coach Abeta, Lisa Abeta with the Taos Cheer actually reached out to us a while back, and she has a lot of girls out there, you know, our cheerleaders work hard. You guys all know their story. We started providing them snacks for their practices because it does fall within our guidelines and we're able to do so. So we've extended that to every other sport, athlete, activities. They just got to call us up and they know how to do it. We are currently preparing for upcoming summer food program. I'm excited about this. I actually was out with Elizabeth LeBlanc yesterday, Associate Superintendent Mondragon had me with Elizabeth out at the sites yesterday to look at the different places we're going to be putting our summer programs. But more importantly, it was fun to talk about the food, the kitchens, the different things that we're going to try and bring to summer foods. And then last year, we had a lot of students. We actually made a little bit of revenue back for the district. I think it was $13,000 if I recall. We're looking to do more because now we have another site. Arroyos del Norte is going to be a summer program this year. Associate Superintendent and Superintendent approved that. So we're going to have a third site this year, and I'm pretty proud of that. Moving on to safety and security.
Real quick, President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, getting feedback from last year's meeting that we had with the community. One of the things we're also moving for is creating vacancy notices for part-time summer cooks. Because I know we were limited on the amount of cooks that would work over the summer. They do get tired and sometimes they do want a vacation. But nonetheless, from the feedback we received at last year's community meeting, we are going to be posting for part-time summer vacancy cooks that will help with the summer food programs. And I mean, it'll be open to the public. So for those that meet the qualifications, they'll go through the process, but at least we can expand our reach to summer cooks. Just wanted to share that is that we just, or I should say, I just approved it about a week and a half ago.
And to echo Dr. Layton, that actually gives us the opportunity for folks who don't know what it's like to perhaps see what we do on a daily basis. If they're qualified, this would give them an opportunity from an outside perspective to say, hey, this is what it's like cooking for the Taos Municipal Schools. We're looking forward to that.
Secretary Trujillo.
I'm looking at the picture of all these veggies.
Yes, ma'am.
And I had a conversation with a teacher, and she says that for a party, she brought a party tray and she put it out there for the kids, you know, and said, you know, this is part of the party foods. She says they wouldn't touch that party tray for anything, not even, I told them that they could dip it into the and I was thinking it would be interesting to be able to introduce the children to veggies and just say, you know what, just do some kind of a demonstration in the lunchroom or something and say, who wants to participate? Who wants to taste these carrots? You know, with maybe ranch dressing or something, or this celery with peanut butter, or with the cucumbers, and just to introduce them to the taste, a different taste than what they're probably not used to at home, or they never think that this would be good, but just something different, something outside the box to where we're introducing good nutrition to the kids. And who knows, something can come up.
I'm glad you mentioned that because part of our strategic plan is actually classroom visits. Our nutrition supervisor, Ms. Duran, is actually going school to school now. That's part of her assignments is actually to go into the schools. And part of the strategic plan was to get into the classroom for informational reasons. And I love your idea and I would like to adopt that. And we will definitely work something like that into bunches. As we all know, I am a teacher. So I would love to accompany her on some of these things to see if I can't entertain children at the lower levels right now, talking pre-K, first grade, kindergarten, second grade, first grade. See if I can't help aid in what you just suggested. I think it's a wonderful idea and I'd like to be a part of it.
And I have another thought, and that is, I think we can jumpstart. I think to jumpstart children with breakfast is almost the most important meal of the day, because in that first, I saw in my grandson's class, because I have visited just a couple of times, maybe 3 times. And the breakfast is just not, I'm sorry, it's just not adequate, because then they have to wait till 12, he had to wait till 12:30 to have lunch. And they are doing some core learning in the very first part of the day. And that is, they need food for this brain. And these kids burn an awful lot of energy anyway. And to learn, and I saw what he had for breakfast, and he won't eat breakfast at home because he's not ready to eat breakfast. So by the time he gets to school, I'm ready. He says, I'm ready to eat breakfast. But again, I'm sorry. All he had were 2 little sticks of French toast. And that was all he had till 12:30. And that was just, we have to do something different for breakfast.
Well, if I may, we actually have to follow the standards of the state of New Mexico and the federal government because of the funding that we receive. The only way to change menus to be bigger proportion sizes, because these are all fit to size by the state of New Mexico. If you go against that, you lose the money from the Fed and you lose the money from the state. So if you've ever experienced a school who does it, I'll give you a prime example, Los Alamos. Los Alamos is not a free and reduced school system. Taos, we are a 90% free and reduced. There's 70%, excuse me. There's actually an elementary in our district that should technically be paying for food. But we're able to cover that because of the food that we do serve. So if we were ever to talk about the possibility of going away from free and reduced lunch, where we go back to charging $3.50, $4 a student, then that's when we can change and we wouldn't be able to get the money from the state or the Fed. But we will look into the proportional sizes because we do follow the standard. We make sure our menus are complete. We have to by law. And we will make sure that if students are still hungry during the day, there are other sources for snacks during the classroom day. But the service from student nutrition has to be timed. For instance, it can't be served 2 hours. Within 2 hours of lunch, you can't serve. So on days when we have a snow day or a day, we have to get those kids breakfast before 10 o'clock. We won't be able to serve them at 12 if we're following the guidelines. But I will take it under consideration.
But talk to the feds. Tell them this is not
I'm with you.
acceptable.
You realize, okay, if I may. So they're gonna, right now, the food pyramid has changed. And I don't like to get up here and do any of this, but the food pyramid has changed. The federal government has already issued the changes towards nutrition of what you can and cannot do again. State of New Mexico still has not adopted it, so their piece of the pie still hasn't changed. However, they are actually taking away one of the products that we actually wanted more of. Salt is not allowable by both the state and the Fed. We have a small percentage that we're allowed to use. And I don't want to give you the wrong number because I don't have it up in front of me. But it was something like, Dr. Layton, if you recall, was it 15%, 1/3? It was 1/3, I believe, decrease in sodium. Okay, so we're getting creative with that because we already know that sometimes the food can be bland because it doesn't have the spices that we're not allowed to use. The salt, especially sodium, is really. Dr. Royal had actually had a suggestion on a different kind of sodium. Potassium chloride right now doesn't fall under that. So Dr. Royal came from Dulce. He was able to do this over there with his nutrition department. So working with our cabinet, he came up with a great idea, and guess what? We found it. So we will be actually introducing packets of potassium chloride, not sodium chloride, so therefore we can get the same nutritional value. We don't go against any of the rules, but the students will actually be able to have a packet at the table. Because if you've ever been to one of our cafeterias, you know we don't have little packets of condiments. We are not allowed. But this one, because it's not an increase in sodium chloride, we will be allowed. But again, these are things at the state and the federal level, and I would encourage all board members, when they have an opportunity to meet with legislators, to discuss the health and nutrition as far as statute goes. But as far as it goes cooking here, we will absolutely do our best to educate more people on the vegetable part, and we will look into the breakfast stuff and see if we can't figure some snack form in between, as long as we don't hit that 2-hour mark. Thank you, Mr. Eo. I will definitely look into it.
I have a question for you in regards to that, Director Herrera.
President Flores.
Does the school district allow for parents or guardians to be able to send their students to school with snacks.
Absolutely.
So if the kids aren't getting the
Absolutely.
filling in the mornings or at lunch, they can take a lunch to school. They could
Absolutely. Students are allowed to take their own lunch. Students are allowed to take their own, snack, their own breakfast. That's very permissible. There are some schools that have their own rules. Obviously, if you send a soda or you send a Gatorade or you send something with high sugar, Principal Spell may not appreciate that, and he may actually, cite, his school policies, not necessarily district policy, because I don't believe there's one on the nutrition part for a student taking their own lunch. However, under state statute, the student is allowed to take whatever they feel as long as their parent is the one that's providing it. Because as a teacher, many times I was like, okay, why'd you bring a Kit Kat? You know, you have 15 other students, this kid brought a Kit Kat. So that's where you pick up the phone, and our principals are really good at stuff like this. They're gonna pick up the phone, they're gonna call mom and dad and say, hey, you know, that's not the best nutritional value, and they might get an earful from the parent or the grandparent, uncle and auntie. But in the end, the student may or may not bring whatever is allowable through the policies of the school. Now, if the district wants me to look further into that, I absolutely can, to see if there is a statute that prevents any particular items in the schools. But to my knowledge, I hadn't found one in the last 4 years.
Another thought on that.
Secretary Trujillo.
And that's another concern that this parent had, because there is a concern that they'll bring in their snacks, but they bring in bad snacks. And so then, so the sugar content that affects the children, and then the Takis, the Cheetos,
I'm sure my principals back here could tell us, these are things that are banned from, I know Taos Middle School, and I know from Taos High School, maybe not. Taos Middle School doesn't allow them, but again, it goes by site. Ranchos doesn't allow them. Yeah. Most of the kids at our elementaries eat our food. They're not eating outside food. I can count probably on my hand how many students at each of the elementary sites are actually taking their own lunch. Arroyo's actually has probably the most students who take their own lunch. So again, it's open to them. We provide what we can. I would encourage parents to, if they are gonna send food items for their children, which they are totally permissible, to really look at the content of what they're sending their students. Because you're right, their students, their diet will affect other students. But not only that, the camaraderie of lunch and breakfast, sitting together, you know, board member King's eating a cupcake and Marcos is eating a carrot, I'm gonna want the cupcake at some point. However,
Director, the purpose of my question or comment was, well, it brings back recollections when I was, raising my kids and sending them to school. There's a calendar that you guys provide, right? That identifies what meals will be served, Monday through Friday. There was, some specific meals that didn't, agree with one of my daughters. So during that day, when we reflected on the calendar, that the meals that were gonna be provided, we would be sure to send my daughter with the packed lunch, like on that day. There's just certain, things that didn't agree with their stomach. So we sent her with lunch. So I just wanted to, clarify that that's still being allowed. And then also, hearing that some students might not be getting, maybe they're very active, have a high metabolism, and the food that is provided for breakfast might not meet those needs. Those parents or guardians can send their student with an apple or a couple bananas. And I know not every home has the resources to be able to do that, but in the event that they do and their student is not getting their maybe not nutritional needs met, but maybe their volume needs met, they can be sent with additional foods to ensure.
absolutely, President Flores, they absolutely can.
Thank you. Board Member Concha.
Yeah, as far as the surveys to the Taos High School and Taos Middle School to gather feedback, I'd be interested to see one of those and like what the students are being asked, if it's specified, and maybe some results from high school versus middle school, just kind of what the difference is between the two schools.
There was a few differences, like one of the ones that got me was an item that we had barely put at the middle school was breadsticks with marinara sauce. It was like a huge hit. I didn't even know we served that. but it was a huge hit. It was like 2 breadsticks and a little cup of marinara sauce. Big deal over there. The other one was a mac and cheese item at the elementaries. That was a big hit item for most of the students. And then we had one at the high school. Of course, everybody's favorite of all time is going to be the Frito pie.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, how often is the use of that to-go and cold food refrigerators happening? Was it at the high school that we?
Please clarify. I'm not understanding the question.
I believe we had discussed at one of the school board meetings that there would be an option for students at lunchtime could grab a cold sandwich or something of that nature in the cold food
So,
service.
So what's going on there is my high school staff is not having enough prep time to prep even the salads. They aren't doing the prep salads anymore because we're short staffed there. So right now what we're doing is we're actually trying to work on reorganizing and shuffling so that we can get back to the high school, because that was one of our big ticket items was the salads. And at the middle school, and from our managers, we're being told that time is the issue. So we're actually looking at that where our employees are district employees, and if we have to move district employees around to different places, we're willing to do so.
Say that because I
Yeah.
believe you had mentioned that we are a little overstaffed in
In
the.
certain places, yes, we are. A
Okay.
good question, yes.
And then, what's the standard on home cooked meals versus packaged food as they mentioned the breakfast? I'm willing to share that with you, but I received 4 different photos in 1 week of packaged breakfast, mostly at the high school.
Packaged breakfasts come and they have to be served within a certain time frame. If they're not served within a certain time frame, then they are not following the rules. So to my knowledge, each of our kitchens at the high school closes at a certain time and at the middle school. So if the students receive the food after the fact, then that would be on the student or it would be on our.
These came in about 7:15 in the morning, so I'm just kind of like wondering, again, the standard, is there no standard on home cooked versus how many times you serve home cooked versus how many times?
So
you package?
so going back to it, it's a scratch made one, and it goes back to the time of how much time we have to prepare breakfast, especially at the high school and the middle school. That's again, going back to, we're not able to prepare the salads for lunches. So the prepaid package stuff that we buy is usually for the breakfast items. But we are working on something for next year. We're updating Dr. Layton on it. We kind of like the idea of the hotel kind of breakfast, eggs, bacon, and all that. Problem is we lose all our funding again. However, there is some alternatives that we are actually researching so that we can make a breakfast bar at the high school. So here's what we noticed at the high school especially. Students don't eat as much breakfast at the high school. It's one of our lowest counts. And it's not because it's not good breakfast, it's because they don't go in there. And those surveys, Ms. Concha, you can actually read the comments. That's what I liked about the surveys. It doesn't just have yes or no questions. It has comment sections. And most of the comments of the kids who didn't like the food, their comment was, how often do you eat? I don't. Well, how do you know you don't like the food? I don't know. I just don't. Okay, so that's.
Yeah, overall, I think as the nutrition program works on the scratch-made cooking capacity and efficiency, just to see less.
That's the lunch
food
stuff.
and-
We love that. And like I said, we're already above the state standard. We're over 50% scratch made. Our goal is 65 next year. I'd like to get us to 75, 80, but again, that goes back to a little more kitchen staff, and we're trying not to do that because then this guy over here is going to be telling you all, hey, Marcos is spending too much money.
Reallocation of staff. for-
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
In regards to Ms. Secretary Trujillo's comment, at times, sometimes maybe it's not just the portion of the food, but the quality of it. And in regards to, you said the mac and cheese was a hit, but in an article that President Flores sent the board, we were looking at it and it was congratulating you all on the nutrition program and PEDs, using Taos as one of their examples. And on there was a well-balanced plate that had 7 items.
Yes.
However, I mean, I haven't visited often, but in probably the 3 or 4 times I have seen lunch, one example was the mac and cheese was with an orange and a milk, so it really wasn't well balanced. But I've never seen that many items on a plate, and I know, again, capacity to
Again,
cook that many
following the state
items.
standard and
And all of that, but like Ms. Trujillo said, the closer we can get to introducing a vegetable, even if it was mac and cheese, to have carrots or something with that.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I have the data, Member Concha, that I can share with the board as a whole. I do have all the survey results that I just received this past week, so I can share that with you. As far as the, specific to the mac and cheese, I wanted to ask the principals if you didn't mind, to see what your feedback is from the mac and cheese as far as the students. Do y'all have any?
I don't think there is an issue with the mac and cheese. I just think, again, it's the well-balancedness. I would eat mac and cheese by myself all day, but for a student who hasn't eaten in 2.5 hours from a small breakfast to a lunch, and I think Mr. Hill wants to elaborate on that. It was not efficient, basically.
If I may, usually the mac and cheese is served with broccoli or peas, some sort of green vegetable, and then our students also have access to not a complete salad bar, but there's cucumbers and celery and carrots and tomatoes. And our students love serving themselves extra. We had chickpeas the other day, so they also have other.
Once in a long time.
Mention something interesting. They get to serve themselves?
Yes, they do, from kindergarten to 5th grade.
Once in a while, we do get an item based on something that was misordered by a kitchen. So if y'all don't know how it works, our kitchen managers actually place orders like if we're a middleman kind of processing plant. So sometimes they'll place an order and it'll come wrong. I believe the chickpea one, if to my recollection, was a wrong one that was placed at Enos sometime in the past. And that one was served with mac and cheese, and I don't believe that that's the normal. It's usually a broccoli.
Yeah, it's usually a green
So they
vegetable.
kind of have it, it's kind of like a way we do it, but on occasion you will get a mix up of something. I mean, itself, I'm not a pea guy. I'm not gonna sit there and eat peas. Are there any more questions on nutrition?
Yes, I had forgotten about the mac and cheese. Only because I went on that day and my grandson he took a bite of the mac and cheese, put the thing down. And so he started to eat the I don't know if it was dessert, it was the fruit of mangoes, kind of like a frozen kind of mango thing. And it was, and then he had some chocolate milk. Just, I don't know if it was a combination. He got sick to his stomach and it didn't stop. It just went on and on. And so I had to take him home. But I looked and I would say that if not over 60% of those kids did not eat the mac and cheese. I'm serious. They were all dumped in the trash. They didn't eat it. And then I took a picture of this one little boy. Oh, in fact, instead of the mac and cheese, he got a bowl full of peas. He didn't even touch the peas. And I said, and he was sitting next to me, and I said, aren't you gonna eat anything? And he says, I drank my milk. That's all he had.
I'll go back and I'll look at the footage, Mr. Hio, and I'll see
Yeah.
exactly how many students didn't eat that day.
Yeah, because I was just, but again, in fact, Friday that I was there, a little girl, again, she threw up right there on the table. And I don't know what the combination was for her, but it just didn't agree with her at all. So sometimes the combination of foods is just, I don't know what I don't know what the solution is, but I know what I saw.
Well, again, I will go back.
But they did like that breadstick with the cheese.
Yeah.
They did like that.
I'll go back and I'll look at footage and I can actually, I have photographic, I can look at it all to see how many students did not eat. A lot of times this is also the time when students are getting sick. Just be aware of that too.
I want to say something to the food at the middle school. I can
Yeah,
speak
and
for the middle school. I can't speak for the elementaries and the high school. Our cooks, they have to offer a vegetable or a fruit. They have to offer the bread. There's certain things that they have to take on their plate, and they do. And then we have a semi salad bar.
Yes.
And it does have chickpeas, but they also have little bowls there on the side. And I can't tell you, I think at the middle school, all our veggies go every
Every
time.
day.
Beets, garbanzo beans, carrots, broccoli, celery, cucumbers, tomatoes. It's all gone. The mac and cheese, they love it at the middle school. They eat the frozen mangoes, they eat the frozen berries in the cups.
like
Chocolate
frozen
milk is
pumpkin.
not the best one, in my opinion,
Which-
and chocolate milk, but it's an option. But students can choose. By the way, whole milk is coming back now after
Oh,
federal
yes.
government too.
Yes, that is.
That's a new one as well.
People say, oh, the kids like the food, obvious, but the kids who do eat it, they eat it. One thing that we don't allow is the kids can bring, I think President Flores asked this, but kids can bring their own lunch. They're welcome to bring their own lunch. However, we do not let parents drop off food from outside entities. They can't drop off Subway or McDonald's or Domino's. If a kid wants to bring pizza from the night before, they're welcome to, but we do not allow anything to be dropped off for them because it's not fair to the
Right.
cooking staff that works so hard to prepare these meals.
I hope it's.
No, absolutely.
So I'm on duty every day in the lunchroom and I'm able to see the students and the food that they're eating. And I will say that the home cooked meals, the chili, the line is gonna be forever, right? So our Navajo tacos, our Frito pies, those that have the home cooked, those are big hits. And those are the ones that I'm happy to hear Mr. Director Head, talk about how those ones that are maybe more popular are gonna be seen, which is
More often.
great, more often. I did see the mac and cheese, and I'll note this, that on that day, we were down to 2 cafeteria servers that day, and they did a stellar job feeding all of the kids, and they were a good, it was a good amount of food for the kids. When we see something or the kids complain about something, we immediately go to the directors and share that concern for them. And I think where we're at, yes, would we love salads? The salads were amazing. They were a really good looking salad. And I think they probably made about 70 or 80 and they
Every day.
all went every single day. And it has to do with the manpower. So I think what we're up against when you're looking at nutrition, we're talking about, what can happen in the home, but also out in the community, what they're looking at and what it looks like, what their expectation is. And there's probably always work to do, but I think specifically at the high school level, the kids they are communicative about what they're liking and the variety is good. And there are just, I think the home cooked meals, if I can say anything, are the biggest hit.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted-
Mr. Headed up, one last thing. First, I want to thank you for standing up here and giving us this presentation. As you can see, nutrition is a hot topic. Takes me back. I got 2 things I want to say real quick. The first one is, I think we can't fault the school district for trying to compete with moms and grandmas and tias, good home cooking. I mean, nothing beats that. And when you have a good cook at home, whoever it is, and the food at the school district is not going to compare. But I know you guys work very hard and try to serve good food. When I was in elementary school, I attended first grade at the Talpa Community Center, which was Talpa Elementary in Ranchos. When we went to go throw our food or take our tray, if we still had food on that tray, we had a lunch lady, which at that time, in my age, I would refer to her as a mean old lunch lady, with all due respect. She would send us back to our table and we had to eat our food. And I remember not being very happy, but we ate our food and we went about our way. I think times have changed nowadays where kids are very picky and particular. And you guys have a difficult and challenging job.
Right. If I could just add to that, I do want to thank all of our cafeteria staff and workers and Director Herrera for all the work being put into not only getting us out of the deficit, but ensuring that our students are receiving the nutrition that they need while they're in school. And just a little counter, sometimes for some students, this is their only meal when they get to school. So we need to make sure that it's sufficient enough that should they go home and not have anything to eat, they were well fed throughout the day. And I also understand, I guess in reporting numbers to PED, when we say a student takes a tray, it's not to say that they're consuming it. They could take the tray and just throw it away. And so sometimes when we see, like Ms. Susan said, them throwing, and we're seeing this tremendous amount of waste. Like she said, that's what we're seeing, but there's no way to counter that, or there's no way to really quantify the amount of food being wasted versus the amount of trays being taken. Because of course it's going to look great that out of 100 students, 90 took trays, but if 50 of them are throwing their food, it's kind of counterproductive. But I do, want to express my appreciation for the hard work taking place. And it's by no means to, downplay anything that you're doing as director or for any of our cafeterias or anything like that. But, again, we're here to advocate as well, on both sides for the student and then the programs as well. So we can, like you said, move up in those marks to 65%. So.
I just wanted to say, thank you, Secretary Trujillo, because, she did bring that to my attention the day about the macaroni and cheese, the day that she was in our school. And I did speak with some of our students. I also, asked our teachers to also just kind of in conversation, ask the students how they felt about the meals. And a lot of the students, they enjoyed the macaroni and cheese, but they didn't like the peas. So that was a lot of the feedback that we were getting back. However, just so the board is aware, we do have our community and schools that offer our students, if they don't bring snacks in the afternoons, they offer them the opportunity to go and pick something from our food pantry, as well as our nursing station. Our nurse has a lot of snacks as well. And our teachers are very aware of that. So if a student does say after lunch that they're hungry, they are welcome to go and pick from one of those places to make sure that they have something. Because like you said, Secretary Trujillo, it's very important for our students to have the nutrition so that they can focus on their education. So I completely agree with you. So thank you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And just one other thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention. You were talking about the kind of, I guess, taste testing. We do offer that. So during our warmer months, our STEM teacher takes our students to the gardens and they pick from our gardens and they do taste different vegetables that we grow here. So that is something that we are currently doing for our younger students. They don't always eat everything, but they at least try it. Thank you.
If I may add to that, this is part of the Community Schools Initiative. And when we wrote for the Full Service Community Schools Grant, food sovereignty was a big issue that had come up with the principals when we had initially talked to them, and food security for our families as well. So having the gardens and teaching our families and our children how to grow vegetables so that they do come to schools knowing what a carrot tastes like and where it comes from. And that freshness of it is the purpose of the gardens and the community schools.
And if I may, so going back to our subject here. So at the end of the day, students who don't have that food at home, we cannot provide that. That would be going against the rules. However, community schools absolutely does. I'm not even say can, community schools does. If you haven't been to one of our community schools rooms, every single one of them is stocked, every single one of them. I'm out at Arroyo's yesterday and Farmer Nikki, I still call her Farmer Nikki. So Nikki's got tons of stuff outside and she has a menu and it's directed at parents. These are parents that drive up every day, see Dr. Medina, they shake his hand. He's got a menu outside for these parents. So our parents, the parents of this community, absolutely have options from the Taos Municipal Schools when it comes to home nutrition as well. With that, President Flores, we'll move on to my next part.
Wait, excuse me.
Board Member King.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious, Mr. Hurd, do you guys have a microwave? Does any of the sites have microwaves that the kids can warm up their foods? I'm just curious.
Teachers do, but this was actually brought up, I want to say it was last year, and I believe it is allowed. Yeah, we do allow it. Yeah.
I was just curious because sometimes.
There's probably more microwaves in the schools, Board Member King, than I want to admit, because I'm trying to save the district money on energy, and you all are going to get an earful from a lot of teachers and a lot of students probably on the next time I meet with you all. I'm not going to go into that one here. He's looking at me. He's like,
No, Mike.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah,
Vice
thank you.
President Spray.
Hi, thank you for your presentation so far. I actually was going to give you all my questions at the end of your whole thing, but I guess we're on student nutrition, so I'm going to just shoot for it because we're here and we won't go back then. Does the school district have a licensed nutritionist? Do we have?
State of New Mexico does, not the district.
We don't. Okay, thank you. And I wanted to ask about those student surveys like Member Concha mentioned, so I'm glad to know, Dr. Layton, you're going to get those. And I also, Dr. Layton, I'd like to see a copy of the department's strategic plan addressing the program goals and financial sustainability, please, at some point. And I think probably maybe all of us would be interested in that. And I wanted to congratulate you and thank you for already talking about the upcoming summer food programs, because a couple of years ago, it was like, I remember being at meetings in the community, just like, oh. So thank you for doing that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's it for that topic. Thank you.
So off nutrition, on to safety and security. Mr. Trujillo and his staff continue to secure the presence of all our district basketball games. I want to point this one out. I'm going to give a story. So you guys could read those things. We have wonderful new people, Rob Koss, Tamara, Andrew, securities, all CP, art certified. Implementation of the Verkada system is coming to Taos Cyber. I think I explained that a little bit to you all about the facial recognition. Like, this is more high tech than what we have right now. The system to improve monitoring communication on the campuses. But what I really want to share with you on security is a compliment to our district. Dr. Layton and myself were involved in a phone call, as well as Athletic Director Olguin, Mr. Trujillo. We had this basketball game with Espanola. We had a student athlete from Espanola who had hurt himself during a football game. So this is a star athlete, never played football. I'm going to tell you the story real quick. He breaks his femur during a football game. This kid never played football in his life. He has a terrible injury. He's a star basketball player. He did not play basketball all season until 2 games before they played Taos. Now, some of our student section felt it appropriate to have a sign with the young man's injury being the joke. Supervisor Trujillo was immediately informed. We watched all of this in real time and then in taped time, actually. Within 3 minutes, he was able to him and Ryan got that sign, took it back, because we're good friends and neighbors with our opposing teams. But that's not the part that was impressive to me. We also had a parent who was taken out of the building, one of our parents. So when we get this phone call, the assumption is we're going to talk about this whole incident with the superintendent of Espanola and his staff. Not at all what happened. They were so impressed with the handling of our events. They were so impressed with what Mr. Diego and his team of custodians and security officers and Emmy and her staff members, they actually invited us to visit Espanola prior to the game in Espanola. I was there, I think, 3 hours before on behalf of the superintendent, where I was met with their superintendent, their director of security, their director of operations, their principal, and they walked me through the entire school. I walked through all of Espanola High School on a tour asking our opinion as to things that Espanola could do better with safety and security. From our rail system, Ms. Spray, that you suggested at the high school, to our camera systems, to our single entries. They couldn't figure out how to do a single entry in their school. Basically, Taos was put on the map for a northern school as a pinnacle, as something they aspire to become, to the point now where we're in correspondence with them. We're working with the Espanola School District as far as safety and security goes, to not only advise and help them, but they had some great ideas for us. One of those ideas I have to bring through superintendent before I can bring it to you, but it's learning from our neighbors. And it was a great conversation because I actually got to meet the young man's family, because I'm there at the basketball game. The director of security, everybody like us, they know everybody. I met about 6 families from Espanola, including the young man's family, and they were so impressed that we would even send a district director by directive of the superintendent to go and meet with a family to apologize personally for anything that one of our students may have done. Not only did it show class, it showed character, and it showed that we actually care about all students above and beyond. Whether you are a Taos player or you're an Espanola player, Powahka player, we're there for you. So I wanted to let the board know that. So it wasn't just our safety and security, also it was Taos High School and the members of the staff of the events. And Espanola is now a partner with us. We will be visiting them for the ROTC things. And it's good to have a partner, especially a northern partner. I'm very proud of that story with security. Does anybody have any questions on security before I flip this page?
I just want to elaborate on that, Marcos, how their director of safety and security and superintendent want to come to Taos and walk around with us so they can see how we run things at the high school. They want to see how we do our one entry, how we run the Evolve weapon system. That's something that they're interested in doing, and they wanted to ask us our opinions and how it works for us. They want to see how we run it, and in case it's alerted, what do we do? And so they're hopefully going to come to Taos so they can see us in action and see how we run it. So yeah, that's another thing that's hopefully coming up soon with this.
Good stuff.
Thank you. Vice President Spray has a question.
Thank you, President Flores. That just reminded me of something about Espanola, which is tangent. It's kind of a tangent of what you're talking about. It involves them asking us for help. And you, board members, you might notice sometimes at conferences, I'll sit with other schools' tables for breakfast or lunch or whatever to get to know them. And one time about a year and a half ago, I sat with Espanola, and we started talking about what their issues were and what ours. They're the same. They're like the same issues that this board is dealing with. They're dealing with them. And it also happened with Mora when we went to CES that time in Albuquerque. And Espanola asked if sometime they could come up here and work with this board on some of the common issues that we have. So maybe you'll bring a bus from Espanola with a lot of people that want to learn,
Member
but
Spray, our Secretary Spray, that is a wonderful idea. If superintendent ever wanted to put something like that together on our end, we absolutely.
it was, they had asked for it, and I mentioned it one time, and then I hadn't thought about it till you mentioned that, and thank you for triggering my memory, because they really were super excited about the idea of sharing solutions. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Board Member King.
Appreciate it, President Mark. No, it is a camaraderie. When we were doing the bond committee, I was just letting the community know, we get to know each other. We're all in this together. Some of us has traveled. I've been fortunate in my first career. I traveled the state, so I know these little towns there, Artesia, and they appreciate it because we do share ideas. I'm glad to hear that, Espanola definitely is the whole of the donut. In regards to no disrespect, I mean, and we're all in this together, and it's great to hear you guys networking, and we sit down for lunch with each other, and it's like they rotate towards board members in regards to graduation. That's something we learned a couple of conferences ago, and it's great. It's great to hear because, once again, we're a rural state, and we do have time to actually get to know our neighbors, and we go to Espanola, Super Walmart, so we don't. And so it's just great, and it's good to hear we can make each other better. It's all community. It's all about the kids, and I'm happy to hear that that you guys nipped that in the bud. It's very unfortunate. Kids can be cruel, but it's by example that they can actually get better.
Absolutely.
If I could just piggyback off of that, I think it was a great example of a restorative justice practice. And I think maybe to take it a step further, getting those students involved that made the signs and, just having that conversation with them and why you guys made the decision that you did and the importance of, like what you said, building the camaraderie and the, closeness of relationship building and all of that, just so these students know in the future, it's not cool to do things like that and mock someone's injury or whatever it is, but I think that was a great example of a restorative justice practice.
Thank you, Member.
Mr. Herrera, I have a question for you. So I was at our last town council meeting, it was brought up by one of the town councilors, speaking in regards to after-school activities at the high school in the close proximity of the high school to the nest, and a couple incidents where there have been some unhoused or unhoused individuals on our campus. A question for you is, how are we, it's a sensitive subject, but how are we addressing the security of after-school activities at the high school with the close proximity that Nest is to the campus?
Thank you, President Flores. So I do know the incident you're talking about. Supervisor Trujillo was alerted immediately. Our coach, we went through footage and the whole nine with what we do. Vice President Spray and I have been very, very vocal about our position on the Nest, both from the school's point of view, from business point of views, from various point of views. This is the first time that, to my knowledge, I actually had one on the main part of the property. we did meet and we have our plans for the bottom part of the property, softball field. So when they do facilities use agreement with us down there, coaches are told you cannot use that bottom road by the sheriff's office. We don't want our students anywhere near that because I want that locked at all times. So this is MOUs because we just received one, for example, from a youth softball. And it was told, yeah, SWAC. And they're told, okay, it's not like it used to be. You can't just come and use our facility like this. You've got to use it like that for the safety of your students, but also the safety of our staff members and anyone else who would have to go unlock those gates. So as far as the one on the campus, I don't believe it's on the agenda today on the fencing and the gates. I think it's going to be on the next one. So I will address that question with more precise answer, President Flores. However, we were made aware. We did go through our security procedures, and we were very thankful that our coach reported it immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera.
Yes, sir. Safety and security to facilities and maintenance. All right, Taos Municipal Schools Facilities and Maintenance Department recently completed the lead service line inventory for the New Mexico Environmental Department at Ranchos Elementary, certifying that the district's water lines do not contain lead. It's even a shock that we still have to have that conversation in this day and age, right? But we're good at Ranchos. New equipment was delivered to Taos High School by the district custodial manager to support campus operations. Facility staff participated in the CPR. So all our facility staff actually came to the CPR training that the nurses had at the admin. Maintenance staff will be attending professional development for electrical qualifications. This one is a very important one. Right now, our district, if you don't know the rules on electrical in a school, changing a light bulb takes a certificate. Yeah, that's a thing. Getting on a ladder takes a certificate. Alipio has the guys with more certificates. But this one's a very important one to us because this is things that we do not want to sub out to a contractor to come and change a light bulb. It actually happened in a school. I don't want to say which one because I don't remember, but it's a very isolated school district where their Alipio had to literally pay a guy from Albuquerque, a company, to come and change light bulbs because it's not permitted. So we're up to date now. Alipio and the guys are getting their certificate. It's not a certification. It's a qualification, actually, to be correct. Qualification, not a certification. Facilities team participated in a team building luncheon. This was great for us. If you see the picture of that's Alipio there with the staff. This is from our leadership that Dr. Layton has had us doing. We're reading the book 360 Leadership. I share it with my team. Samantha and I go back and forth with it. We share it with the entire team. Alipio and everybody in every of our departments are really intrigued by this leadership book. It's the first time we've discussed it as a group with any book. It's a good read. And Alipio was taking initiative in one of his leaderships in discussing, how they can lead from the middle right there in that group. If you notice, Alipio is not the head of the table. He's part of the table. And that's part of the things from the book is learning how to lead from, it doesn't matter which part of the position in the company you are, you can get to where you want to be and you can lead forward, up, down, left, right. Another big deal for facilities. We're almost to April when we will be presenting our brand new gym. So I'm excited for that. The new auxiliary gym is entering its final stages. The improvements to the new auxiliary gym are underway to enhance accessibility and campus flow. We had a pretty big deal at the Culinary Arts. You may have heard something of this. Culinary got a new water heater, new floor drains, improvements, general cleanup. We are actually doing a deep clean soon. Associate Superintendent Mondragon actually is spearheading that one, as it is a curricular side of the coin. The Taos Cyber Magnet Academy, Chrysalis High School, it's there. And I believe we are having a thing for y'all coming up soon. So we're pretty excited about that and we can't wait to share it with you. Does anybody have any questions on facilities before I move? I didn't skip it, is right. So does anybody have any questions on the facilities as of late?
Mark?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to, I think you probably already know this, but if any meetings or anything come up about the nest and you want me to go, just let me know where to be.
We did receive an email. There's an upcoming one. I'll update you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Student transportation. Samantha gave you the good news on the bus. We're all excited about that. As she explained, activities are a wonderful thing in our community, and having a bus that can have the wheelchair access for those students is great. And also at the same token, adding to our fleet is wonderful. Hopefully we can add drivers to that fleet to help us with those activity trips. That's the next step. The Transportation Department has partnered with the Taos High School CEO Friday program. I know Samantha and Arturo are very excited about that. They currently are hosting 2 students. This semester, students are gaining hands-on experience in transportation, operations, logistics, safety procedures, and public service leadership. So I get on the cameras every now and again so I can watch to check out the students, and they're working with Arturo, and I think it's great. The CEO Friday thing seems to be very successful, and now it's bleeding into all of our departments, and I really do appreciate what they're doing. Our 120th day student ridership initiative, February 11th, which passed, would mark the district's required 120th day ridership reporting to the NMPD. Students who rode the bus were entered into a drawing like we did last year for iPads. We did get our winners. The initiative supported accurate attendance and reporting. The district anticipates receiving grant approval for the propane infrastructure fuel and district-owned propane buses. So if you had a chance to go by the bus barn, it's the 2 buses with the green bird. So the green bird symbolizes the propane. So our infrastructure grant, we will be meeting with Councilman Romero and who else? There's another entity there.
The contractor is going to do.
And they're gonna actually go over the logistics on that. How do we build this little infrastructure for the propane now? And that's gonna be a big deal for us. It's gonna save us a lot of money in the long run, at least on the propane buses. One more thing on the transportation side. We are trying to help as much as we can with everything around us when it comes to budget and saving money and doing what we can on our departments to help the district. That's what we're here for. We work for you, we work for the students, we work for the people. Samantha has actually been taking class after class after class the last 2 weeks to complete her CDL so that she can drive buses if we have to. You know, so if that's not leadership, I don't know what is. Talk about, I'm gonna do it for you. And Arturo as well. So this is something that's wonderful for the district. It adds 2 more people to our pool of drivers should we need them. With that, I stand for absolute questions. Since we covered 4 departments and some projects, is there anything else I can add to any of your evening? That, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Appreciate you. Very informative. And well prepared. Thank you, sir. Moving right along, we have item 10, student outcomes, campus principal presentations, Ranchos Elementary board presentation. Dr. Madeline Serna Marmal, principal, Ranchos Elementary.
Again, good evening, Board President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, and Dr. Layton. I have some pictures up here of some great events that we've had at our school. The middle you've seen before was for Black History Month, the African drummers. On the left is our ski club. I was fortunate enough to be able to go to ski club this year. I went for half a day, spent a lot of time with the students. It's just amazing what Taos Ski Valley does for our students, and especially our life skills students. We have adaptive skiing, so they all get the opportunity to come down the mountain, which is really amazing to see. And then on the right was our dance party that we had before school ended, so our Winter Wonderland dance. Student achievement, we did have an increase between beginning of the year and middle of the year on our iReady scores. So as you can see, the first chart has the BOY reading and MOY reading. And so we went from 12% proficient to 26%. So we had an increase of about 14% on reading. Of the 5 placement domains, students scored highest in high frequency words and phonics. And in the MOY assessment, scores increased significantly in the domain comprehension overall in literature. What we're really trying to focus on now is informational text. And so that is really important to us, especially with the state testing, because that has to do with science as well. And we do want to see an increase in those scores. Our math scores improved by 9% overall. Scores increased in the domains of number and operations and algebra and algebraic thinking. So we still have a ways to go on geometry. And that is one area that our teachers are really working on. Because of that, we're really trying to increase a lot of the enrichment that our students are getting in math. In reading, we have programs like Reading Quest, Title I, For the Love of Reading, and we get a lot of CKLA training. But in math, we really would like to see more programs that are targeting the help that our students need. And one thing that we did do this semester is our math and literacy night. And we really focused on math games and games that students can play at home with their families. And that are easy. So some of the games were, we did have word problems. So our Title I teacher worked with students on word problems. We had one on dominoes. And you think, why dominoes? But it teaches strategy and producing multiples of 5. And my sons actually learned with my dad, they learned multiplication just with dominoes. We had a matrix dice game, which also focused on multiplication. And so the kids had to roll the dice, and whenever they had to answer the multiplication problem or the addition problem. So that was really fun. We had, for the littles, we had stacking blocks. So that was building fine motor skills and spatial reasoning. And then we also had backgammon. So our 3rd grade teacher has been teaching, Miss Joseph has been teaching her students backgammon. And so we had several backgammon boards, and she started teaching other students backgammon. And that really is good for building memory, logic, and mathematic probability. So we had 14 game tables. Nearly 30% of all our students attended. We had about 150 family members, siblings, and students. We did have a prize for the classes that had the most attendance. And 2 of our classes had 50% attendance. So one had an ice cream party yesterday, and the other one had a pizza party today. So they had a lot of fun. And then we also look at typical growth. And in the middle of the year, our reading assessment, 55% of the students showed progress in annual typical growth. And typical growth is the average annual growth for a student at their grade and baseline placement level. The typical growth in math was at 53% for all students. 2nd grade and 5th grade showed the highest percentage of typical growth at 79 and 70%. So we were really happy with that. The chart to the left shows typical growth between BOY and MOY for each of the grades. And then in terms of attendance, 94% of students at Ranchos are at Tier 1 attendance. So that means for me, Tier 1 is they miss 3 days or less of school. So 94% were at that. We're at Tier 1 and 2. So Tier 2 is 6 days or less. Tier 1 is 3 days or less. And 6% of the students are at Tier 3 and 4. I just looked at our preliminary tiers today, And we're not showing as much growth in attendance because we have had many students who have been sick. We had stomach flu go through our school. We're having a lot of allergy issues, including myself, that started this week. So a lot of kids are coming to the office with headaches and those kinds of things. So that's really showing. But our attendance coach is really calling parents, finding out what's going on, making sure the parents are bringing in, if they've gone to the doctor's excuses, making sure they call in and let us know what's going on so that we don't have a large number of students at tier 3 and 4. Educator excellence. Each January, I reach out to the teachers and I give them a simple survey of their needs. And so this year we asked for what are their classroom needs? What do they think the school needs in general? What are their personal growth goals? So what kind of professional development do they need? And let's see, I have the little. We also, okay, so school-wide necessities, classroom needs, personal goals, school-wide activity suggestions, and then teacher planned activities for the second semester, and who's responsible for some of these school-wide activities. So what I do is I put it together in just this really simple chart so that I'm able to see some of the things that they need and some of the things that we're able to get them really quickly. Like one teacher needed fine point colored markers and pens. We're able to get that teacher those kinds of things. So small things that they need. They're also asking us for school-wide necessities. So some of the teachers want first aid training, CPR and CPI. So we're trying to get them that training. We do have people in place, so we're trying to get them substitutes so they can go to that training. They want training on behavior outbursts, protocols for behavior on the bus, things like that. There are 5 teachers that asked for that. And then we look at some of the activities they want, and they wanted the March Math Madness to come back. So after we come back from spring break, we're going to have that. So that's something that leads to my strategic plan, our leadership team strategic plan. This is the first step on that journey. And teachers are working on our restorative practices circles right now. Our 5th grade teachers went to the restorative practices training because we're starting at our school with 5th grade. And we were lucky enough to receive some information from New Mexico PED that they do have a Canvas training online. So I'm encouraging my teachers, it's not mandatory, but encouraging them to do the training online. And then family engagement and community engagement. The first picture shows our holiday meal, and that is so well attended, the Thanksgiving meal and the holiday meal in December. Everyone loves pozole and bizcochitos and everything else that we serve, and that's always a big hit. This year, our 5th grade had the most students, which we were really surprised because it's usually our K and first, but this year was a 4th and 5th grade lunch that was packed. We did have the math and literacy night, and then our families continue to receive assistance through the food pantry and clothing bank. Our community schools coordinator has regular families that reach out to us, and anytime that we have any sort of event, she always is there to help and support parents and let them know about the services we offer. We gave out a lot of winter coats this year. In 2 weeks, we had temperatures that were like 12 degrees and our students were bringing hoodies to school. And so we were encouraging them, if they needed to have winter coats, to let us know so we could provide those for them, or to start bringing their winter coats because it was bitter cold at the end of January, beginning of February. So we were really encouraging that. And then upcoming events. This was from last month, so we have done the February events. We have a Women Leader Forum for 4th and 5th graders. That's actually going to start next week. And so we have women leaders who are coming to speak to our students about their careers, about, if they went to college or if they went straight into a career, what they did, what their path was. So I encourage you, if you'd love to come and talk to our 4th graders and 5th graders, we'd love to have you. We're having our awards assembly on the 12th. And I just started working on the awards. And as I said, I think last time we had 117 attendance awards. And I think this time we have like 88. So it has to do a lot with our students, a lot of them being ill. And then we'll have the awards assembly in the morning, and we have our spring fling dance in the afternoon. And we have pre-K through 1st grade. We'll have the first part of the dance, and then 2nd through 5th grade, we'll have the second part of the dance. We have our spring photo day right after spring break. We just chose 2 4th graders and 2 5th graders to participate in the REC Spelling Bee at Northern New Mexico College. And they're really excited. All of the 4th graders and all of the 5th graders tried out for the spelling bee. They were all given the opportunity to study the words. We gave the words at the beginning of February. They were all given the opportunity to study the words. They worked with their teachers, and we're allowed 1 student per classroom. And then our college and career fair, again, we welcome you to participate in our fair. President Flores came last year and participated, and that will be April 16th. I did forget one thing. March 10th is our science fair. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, it's mandatory for them to participate, and other students are allowed to participate pre-K through 2nd grade. And we actually have some pre-K students that are participating this year. And then culture, climate, wellness, and school safety. Over 300 awards were handed out in our December awards assembly. The Winter Wonderland, we were really excited because we had Elsa and Anna visit us, and they were 2 of our Taos High School interns. So we were so excited that they decided to participate, and Principal De Herrera allowed them to come to our dance and participate. And the 4th and 5th graders went crazier than the pre-K and 1st graders to see Anna and Elsa. So it's very nice. They also learned with the PE teacher, the Cupid Shuffle and the Macarena. And so they participated in those. We gave out about 65 flu shots to staff and students. So that was another service the DOH and our school nurse provided. All 220 students received holiday stockings from Mrs. Claus or Dr. Claus. And we try to do it old school. So we had old school stockings, and we had oranges and apples there, and nuts and candy. And then they had little goodies in there, little toys in there as well. And then over 350 candygrams were sold to support the student council. You had a sampling of what we were selling for the candygrams. And the candygrams really promoted friendship and kindness because students were really buying them to send to their friends, and the student council members delivered them to the classrooms. So thank you so much. I know that was a mouthful, and I stand for questions.
The board have any questions or comments for Dr. Serna Ramal?
Thank you. That was very, very
Thank
good.
you.
Complete report.
Outstanding.
Dr. Serna Ramal, just
Sure. Come on. So Dr. Dr. Martins has been coming to our school and helping us with math interventions for the first and second graders. So if he can speak to that, we'd appreciate that.
So Enrique,
Yes, Ms. Martinez.
no, Enrique Martinez.
No, Gonzalez.
Enrique Gonzalez,
Yes.
sorry. So Enrique Gonzalez and I provided services, professional development services to all elementary schools, and the two teachers in Ranchos were interested to pursue this. The first and second grader, Enrique Gonzalez submitted to Renata results that in these two grades, in these two classrooms, not one student was in the last testing phase in red. You know better what that means?
Right, so when we looked at the Amira scores that the students are taking, they really advanced with some of the interventions that Dr. Martins and Mr. Gonzalez were providing to our students. So they were really excited about that. It was Ms. Mieta's first grade class and Ms. Martinez's second grade class. So they did really well with that.
But you know what the intervention is? One very simple one, you have to use graph paper. Why? If you use graph paper in mathematics, the place value system kicks automatically in as long as you put on the top the ones, the tens, and the 100 columns. But that also means that the students have a chance to understand, if you write down a number, what are we talking about? The numbers are going from 0 to 9. However, it depends where you put the digit, if it's a 1 or a 10 or 100, etc. And then in the US, many times you call it borrowing, right? You borrow to go from the tens to the ones and so on. Effectively, actually, you are trading. You are trading a 10 against 10 ones. So we introduced more rigorous academic language to understand, okay, what is the number? Is it a digit? What is the place value? And then what are you computing? If you add 10 ones, you trade the 10 ones into 1 10. It's not you borrow 10 ones. No, it's not borrowing. No, you trade. And the same is then also in subtraction. So if you need a 10, you need to borrow that, and then you disintegrate the 10 into 10 ones. So, and one key element of this is are Lego toys, Lego bricks. Because a Lego brick, you can stack up from ones to tens, and if you, for adding, and if you now need to trade a block of 10 into ones, you take the block of 10, disintegrate that, you see, I disintegrate the block of 10 into ones, and now from 12, I can, in example, take away 8. From 2, I couldn't. But from 12, if I have 12 ones, I can take away, and I physically can touch the math. So the key is here, you can touch the math. It's not that abstract anymore. And the graph paper is so fundamental, because if you think about graph paper, number one digit per box. If you know my handwriting, that's the reason why I have a PhD. No, it's that bad. I'm a doctor. But if I have a graph paper, you can still read my numbers, because one number per square, and it's readable. And just that you can read the numbers makes your math better. Just that fact. And second, you see already the columns, hopefully, in front of your eyes. So the ones are getting added to the ones. And if you have line paper or white paper, we might get added to the tens, because it's diagonal, because the handwriting is all over the place. So this one number per box is a very critical element. Simple stuff. And I'm not talking curriculum. You can do that with a curriculum, right? It's just how do you write the math? And with a tactile support of the Legos. So these are the three interventions: graph paper, Lego blocks, and more rigorous language. And of course, then training. And this is a very conservative approach to mathematics. However, when I was asked, when I was a math teacher by my assistant principal, okay, Martins, now you have Common Core, what are you changing in math? My answer was, okay, if you can tell me what is the highest math I have to teach in high school? Calculus, correct. How old is calculus? 300 years. Okay, then you can tell me what Common Core changed in math, which is at least 300 years old, or I go back to 5,000 years in trigonometry. So what is actually new? Nothing. So what should I change in my math teaching? Common Core just slices and dices the math knowledge, which is very old. Now the newest one we are teaching is 300 years old. That's old stuff, right? So if it works, Common Core just tells me a different sequence of teaching the old stuff. Okay, I can do that, no problem. But math is math is math. It's the same principle and it won't change. So I was very happy to see, because it's a project the superintendent and Renetta allowed me to do in my pursuing of administrative license. It's a project, and that the principal was supportive. And of course, I'm excited that this intervention proved what I have achieved actually in the second grade for my daughter almost 15 years ago, that even the weakest students, talking big special education students challenged by math, are not in red. They're in yellow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Saramo. Appreciate it.
Isn't it amazing how many students don't even know what graph paper is used for? It's awesome.
Excuse me, I have a question again. And that presentation was done to what students? What grade level?
First and second grade,
First and second?
correct.
And they grasped it
Yes.
well.
And we incorporated the Legos into the math and literacy game night so that they would also be it was reinforced there too, so.
Well,
It
it
was
would be
a
nice to be able to take that concept to Enos and to Arroyos, because it seemed to have worked in our math.
And this was Secretary through this was a pilot. And so now that we've seen the fruition of it, that's now what we're considering, not to extend it. So that way we can get that going.
We have extended it. I actually have scheduled with Dr. Rayner to come to our school to do APD with our teachers. So that I saw the greatness of what Dr. Senator Marble had done, and I wanted to definitely recreate that at Enos as well.
Thank you, staff. The next item on the agenda is 10 point, actually, no, I'm jumping ahead. We have for review. Actually, that's going to follow. So 10.2, New Mexico School Board Association School Board Membership Leadership Training Award and Recognition. I'm going to go up to the podium for this. So with this item agenda, I feel it only fitting to address the board as a whole. And it's nice to see all of your faces from this end. That's fine. First of all, I'm here for recognition of my fellow board members for the awards that they received at the 2026 Board Member Institute during the annual legislative session in Santa Fe, New Mexico on February 5th through the 7th. As we focus on student outcomes and the many ways that we can increase student achievement, it is important to recognize and emphasize the key role that effective leadership plays in reaching and achieving student outcomes. I believe it is important to recognize the effort put forth by the board and its members to develop their leadership through continuing education and leadership development. The New Mexico School Board Association has a leadership development program, and it's a multi-level training and recognition program designed to assist local school board members to effectively address the increasing complex demands and changing roles of being a school board member. It's conducted in conjunction with regular New Mexico School Board Association conferences, region meetings, and other designated New Mexico School Board Association activities. It offers a dynamic curriculum that focuses upon current issues, needs, and trends, and it's a way to promote the highest level of knowledge and skills among local school board members in New Mexico. Award points are awarded for attendance at local school board meetings, general sessions at conferences, workshops, region meetings, National Association meetings, and New Mexico School Board Association and National School Board Association committees. There are the Leadership Achievement Award, the Outstanding Leadership Award, Master Board Member Certification, and Exemplary Award. As board members complete this training, NMSBA is responsible for reporting to districts how many hours of training each board member has completed. The New Mexico School Board Association encourages school superintendents to report all of their board members' recognition in the school district report card. Board members who attend the required 5 hours of training are reported as meeting standards. Those who received 20 hours or more will be reported as exemplary. As per state law, those board members who fail to attend 5 hours will be reported to school districts as having failed to meet standards. Those board members who reach exemplary status are honored at the NMSBA Annual Convention with an exemplary award, a lapel pin, and certificate. So for tonight, these certificates were awarded to those board members who have reached a certain level of attendance through the trainings and the workshops. And we received these awards at the convention, but the community, which is not present, our local community, is unable to see the effort and energy that is put forth by the board. So I feel that it's only fitting to do this locally, and to recognize those board members who received achievement awards. So first, I'm going to read out the certificate, and if we could get the board member to move over to the right and to their right, my left, and receive the certificate. Miss Maria wants to take some photos of us. So the New Mexico School Boards Association presents this Leadership Achievement Award to Naomi Concha, Taos Municipal Schools Board of Education. This certificate acknowledges that the board member has successfully completed 24 cumulative hours of training for level 1 of the Leadership Development Program set by the Board of Directors of the New Mexico School Boards Association, February 6th, 2026. Ms. Concha also received another certificate for outstanding leadership, and this is to acknowledge that this board member has successfully completed 36 cumulative hours of training for level 2 of the Leadership Development Program set by the Board of Directors of the New Mexico School Boards Association. So Ms. Concha, I would like you to come get your certificate. Get your pen here. So let's see, what do you got there? You got the leadership achievement. There you got your pin. And you also receive, I believe, the outstanding leadership award. So you get 2 pens. Wow. Yeah. And if you could stay, okay. You know what? And Ms. Concha also received a 3rd one here for exemplary award. So we have a 3rd one for you, Ms. Concha. And here you go. All right, up next, we got Board Member King. The New Mexico School Boards Association presents this exemplary award to Keith King, Taos Municipal School Board of Education. This certificate acknowledges that this board member earned 20 or more hours of training within the 2024-2025 program year. Board member. Next up, we have New Mexico School Board Association presents this exemplary award to Susan Trujillo, Taos Municipal Schools Board of Education. This certificate acknowledges that this board member earned 20 or more hours of training within the 2024-2025 program year. Board Member Spray, do you want to come join us over here? And I have the School Board Association Exemplary Award, which was awarded to Mark Flores for the 20 or more hours of training. So I guess I'll keep my award in a moment. Okay, items 10.3, 10.4, and 10.5 are the campus reports provided to the school board for review. They are the Taos Middle School School Board Report, Cyber Magnet Academy, and Taos High School Board Report. If board members have any questions or comments regarding the campus reports for review, please reach out to Superintendent Layton, and he will disseminate those questions or concerns to the campus principals and directors. I just wanted to acknowledge Mrs. Naomi Martinez Standard as completing, I think, her first month at Cyber Magnet and providing the board with her first campus report. Thank you, Mrs. Standard. Appreciate you. Number 11 is our Director of Finance report. 11.1 is January 2026 financial reports by Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance. They are the consolidated board report, the disbursement detail listing, expenditure report, and revenue report. Dr. Martins.
Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Board Members King and Conchon. In the consolidated board report, I would like to make you aware of one data point specifically, and that would be on page number 2. If you look at the summary of operational, I want you to be aware that the expenses actually are at 14.4 million, and the encumbrances, so that means the encumbered salaries and purchase orders are at 13.3. You add that up, you get at 27.7 million. Now the SEG is at page number 1 is at 26.6 million. So that means we are 1.1 million in expected actual expenditures this year above the SEG in 11,000. So that means we will reduce our cash. And of course, as we discussed last time, we have a structural deficit in food and we have some challenges in athletics. We discussed that last time, no?
So, Dr. Martins, if I may ask, so where will we be pulling that additional funds from?
From our cash.
Okay.
Novi has cash, and if you spend more money than you have in revenue, then you reduce your cash until you can't do it anymore. Because if the cash is gone, then you can't spend anymore of your revenue, no? So we have currently a structural deficit, obviously, not too much spending. And I believe it will be a rather challenging budget season. And the main reason why I say that, the Roundhouse has approved the following and mandated that all school districts must pay 80% of healthcare. As you might know, we only pay for 50,000 and below salaries 90%, but between 50 and 60, 70%, and above $60,000, 60%. So that means our healthcare costs as a district will go up, I believe, in the ballpark between $600,000 and $800,000 a year. So that will be a very challenging budget season.
Dr. Martins, when you say we must cut spending, that's pretty much across the board.
If we would look further into the data, I can tell you the following. Function 2500 is in a nutshell, I think we can agree, HR, finance, and IT, right? In fiscal year 25, 1.9 million was expended. This fiscal year, when I started, Dr. Layden knows I was always putting my foot on the brakes. I expect to spend in this, so in my area, so to speak, 1.6 million. So realizing already this fiscal year, 14% or 13% reduction of expenses in comparison. So maybe I saw a little bit at the beginning when I started here, and I told my cabinet, an example, total hiring freeze in food, please, and attrition. And for my own department, I said, look, Dr. Layton said, Martins, you need to hire 2 positions. I said, yes, I need the people, but I can't afford them. So I will not hire them. I need to make do with what I have, more or less. So, and I said, I can say for function 2500, I target at least a saving of 300K if you compare fiscal year 25-26. But I can also tell you, in that area, it's very likely literally the maximum I can save. If somebody says we have a big budget crisis and I need to save more, I believe in my area I did already that. But other areas, is said very challenged for the budget season because we are talking millions.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Martin. So these cuts that are going to need to take place, are they primarily going to be operational, and how much is going to affect the classroom?
Look, where the cuts are, I will not decide this. I can only present the data and say, overall, it's obvious we overspend. With the healthcare price tag on, it will be even more severe, obviously. It's a decision of the operations, and that means principals, athletic director, and operations, how to save money, because as indicated in the area what I oversee, I already put the brakes massively on.
When I meant operations, I didn't specifically mean your department. I meant like
That's
overall.
operational. Yeah,
operations.
I'm talking exclusively 11,000. So 11,000 is operational. That is our main fund, and our operational fund is
Operational fund is yes.
challenged. So now, where the money gets saved, of course, I look at the superintendent as the CEO and at the operation officer. What I did for the budget season, is everybody aware of the 910B5, what that is? No. Okay, let me explain the following. The 910B5 is the Excel operational sheet for PED to calculate how much money every single charter school and school district receives from the SEG. So actually, I provided, when I was at PED, the 910B5 tool to the whole state, because I said everybody needs to be able to hold PED accountable, how we calculate this. So I was very transparent. With the same principle, I tried to do this challenging situation. So I made, so to speak, a mini 910B5 for every single school site. To see, okay, school site, you have an amount of students. This is the data from the NOVA system, which is fed by our Power School system with data. How many students do you have? How many bilingual? How special ed? And all the whole SEG formula. No? So therefore, I established, so to speak, a revenue side for every single school site. Then I said, okay, you need to pay a tax to pay IT, HR, finance, and everything else in district. And I did that to say, I think I use right now a 22.5% tax. How do I come up with that? PED says, if you can, as a small district, budget 65% of your expenditures in the classroom, which is function 1,000, 2,100, 2,200, thumbs up. I'm trying to shoot for 70%. So 22% is, let's say, very modest tax, obviously. You know, if 65% is the goal, right? In this SEG calculation for next fiscal year is following reality. We lost around about 70 students from the year before. Translated into money, that means we lost $1 million in SEG. Now, the only reason we do not see this massive loss in SEG is the team, Rona Ortega, Sherry Malacke, and one data point I had my fingers in. The special education data, of course, is rather stable between the years, right? I think we can agree on that. For simply better reporting or accurate reporting, Taos was able to generate around about $1 million more in special ed funding through SEG. So it's not because we have more kids, it's simply because the NOVA coordinator, the special ed director, and I told them one very specific data point where I said, this is a very critical data point. I want you to do that very good. And this one data point brought around about $550,000 extra money to us, simply by better reporting. Or you could say, in all these years before, Taos did not collect $1 million in revenue because Taos was not able to report accurately. So you can twist and turn how you want. No? So bottom line is SEG is stable, but not due to general education, but due to special education better reporting.
Or special education reporting is a lot more accurate currently.
Yes, accurate, correct data and not.
So I guess going back, if our special education reporting was as accurate as it is now, years back, we would have been receiving. So we've lost out on quite a bit of money over the course of.
In the past, the Taos, I guess, didn't receive the revenue which we should have received given the very high amount of special education kids. I mean, we are talking about around about 380 special education kids in Taos. That's somewhat almost 24% of the student population in special education. So let me tell you, this is a very, very high percentage for any school district in the state, which is easily explainable because we have a lot of kids going to charter schools here, no? So if you look at the whole panorama, it's a normal ratio, but it looks like by the data that the special education parents have a lot of confidence in our services in our special education department because we have a lot of here, no? But yeah, so that is, I think, one very important data point that you need to consider in fiscal decisions. That if we do not change course, my prediction is that at the end of fiscal year 28 or fiscal year 29, we will be forced to change direction. Because if you run payroll and there's no dollar in the bank, then the payroll is running, but nothing is flowing. So my prediction is if we continue burning cash like this, end of fiscal year 28, we will not be able to run payroll anymore.
I think this warrants a finance or budget workshop that we need to have as soon as possible.
I have a question
Secretary Chu.
for Dr. Martins. It's my understanding that what you're saying that we don't have the reoccurring costs, revenue to offset what we do have in the budget because the SCG money is not coming in, and that's what we should be relying on, correct?
Operational is, from my personal point of view, only driven by SEG.
Correct.
Now, if we have a bad year, we can have a little bit deficit. That's the reason why we have cash. But if we have a really, really bad year, and we have following really bad years, and there's no course of action to repair that, so we say to reduce expenditures, then it's mathematically obvious that expenditure exceeds revenue for too long. We will not be able to do this. We can sustain it. So I'm calm for this year. I'm calm for next year because we have enough cash.
Okay, and then on that note, is that we might have cash, but that is not from the money that should be coming in because to offset the cost, because you can't use a cash balance that you have in the bank. And that's what you're saying, I believe.
No,
Yeah,
what I'm saying is we have cash in 11,000. We have cash in the bank. Okay, you see a big number because we recovered a lot of capital outlay cash, but capital outlay cash is not to be used to pay salaries, an example. So an example, we are cash rich in SB9. But if you say, okay, Martins, take the money from SB9 and pay teacher, I will say, I can't do this because you're breaking state statute. So we need to
We
distinguish.
understand.
Of course, you do, of course.
And I think to kind of, every one of these funds has restrictions. And this restriction of the SCG money is for operational, correct? But what we're doing is we're using the money that, the cash from what Dr. Cherry's program is doing to offset some of the costs. Am
This
I
is an
understanding?
operational decision, no? I mean, I can just say, for what do we receive revenue, the transparency, which programs, so to speak, which school sites, which student population, which bilingual student programs, what at-risk units, so who is generating the money? I can provide that. Now, it's not my decision to say, do we spend it more on special education? Do we want to spend it on athletics? An example, athletics is funded by SCG, but has zero driver in SCG revenue. There's not one unit, not one program unit saying athletic programs, athletic participation of students brings us SCG money. That's zero. The money is how many kids, but in PED we said how many butts are in the seat. So what's your membership on 80th and 120th day average? And then how many are in pre-K, 3-4Y, kindergarten, 1 to 12, and how many kids are participating in a fine arts program? How many are in PE? Do we get school size adjustment units? We have one school with school size adjustment units on that end. I'm literally fighting with PED about the cyber magnet school. Why? The cyber magnet school has only 11 or 12 students. So normally it would be entitled to receive small size adjustment units. Now PED was so nice to say, no, we don't size this school. So I IPRA PED to ask them, okay, do you size the Rio Rancho Cyber Academy? Because essentially, our students need to be in school to participate in Edgenuity. In the Rio Rancho Cyber Academy, the students need to be 1 day in the week in that school. So I'm curious if PED allows them to be sized and us not. Because then I have a severe problem with that, obviously, because I want to have my small school size adjustment units for that school, no? But again, this is revenue. Unrestricted in this case means you, the local government, the CEO, you decide how to spend that money. That means unrestricted. PED tries to tell you, but you need to spend this much amount in at risk, you need to do this and you need to do that. However, that's not, following my knowledge, the state statute says it's local autonomy. SCG is local autonomy. So you decide how to spend that. AKA, I say, you decide where to cut. If you spend too much, I cannot tell you where to cut. That is, maybe I have some suggestions in a meeting, maybe. But that's not my decision to make. Of course, I would totally.
I think, real quick, I think a lot of these questions that we're going to ask, no, and I don't want to stop any board member from asking any questions, but this warrants a financial workshop, a budget workshop, so that we could really get in depth. And I'm probably talking about 3 to 4 hours. That more than likely that's what it's going to take, so we could ask all these questions. I do have one question for Dr. Martins, and my question's going to be, when we have this budget workshop, can you identify for the board maybe where the over expenditures occurred in what areas of the budget? How complex or difficult would that be? Am I asking the wrong question?
So it's following. We are in budget because
We are in budget.
We are in budget because the budget is revenue plus cash.
Yeah.
That's the budget sources.
Well, we don't want to be
So we
pulling.
are in budget. However, budget sources, I repeat, is revenue plus cash. We are in budget. It's all cool. But if your expenditure are higher than your SCG revenue, that means your cash goes down.
Yes, yes.
So now the next year, we are still in budget. We will be in budget next year. Okay, I can tell you, I can guarantee you, we are in budget. But if our cash reserve is going down and down and down, No, Secretary Trujillo and I think, have exactly the same thought. You can't do that.
No,
Or you
I would
shouldn't do
agree.
that.
But is there a way that you could identify? um,
Yes.
So in years past also, you know, and obviously we've been going through some transition with our finance department. We're going through the forensic audit. You know, I think a lot of that plays a role in where we're at today.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, if I may, one of the analysis that we've looked at is each site, each school site, and how much of the SEG generates.
Yes.
What we've noticed is over the course of the last few years, predating COVID, if I'm not mistaken, we've seen a steady decline in student enrollment. However, as we've decreased in enrollment, we haven't increased our attrition. So we've maintained the same salary scale, but we have not maintained the same enrollment. So when you have the expenditures that remain constant, however, the SEG, which is the funding source, remains low, then you start to see that gap. And so one of the analysis that we can bring through the finance and the budget is one of these sources. And that's why I had tasked Dr. Martins that each of the school sites get a specific budget based on their SEGs. So you can see what your expenditures and your revenues based on salaries and your expenditures for all intent purposes. And so we can bring that to the next finance committee meeting, which I would recommend right after the spring break component, so we can prepare as much of the detail as possible and discuss that. But to President Flores' question, identifying markers, this is one of the specific analysis that we found us. We've maintained salaries, meaning FTEs positions, but through declining enrollments, we have not been generating or been receiving our SEG funds.
President Flores, simple example, and I make the numbers literally up. They are not real, but as an example. If we have an example, enough teachers to educate 2,200 kids, then we have a good payroll for 2,200 kids. But if you have only 1,650 kids in the school, then we have a problem. It's a lovely situation because we have a very low teacher to student ratio. The issue is we can't afford it.
With that being said, though, I know that we all are on the same page with this, though, we need to make sure that we have enough teachers in the classroom, of course, for our student ratios. That's a given. So when we talk about maybe attrition and maybe being overstaffed, we need to look. We probably, you know, depending on the areas, we'll figure this out at the budget workshop and we'll go through, give you guys some time to prepare. But definitely need to, and that's why we're here, to teach kids. So, you know, there's no, the thought or, you know, however people will understand or misunderstand. There's never an intent or thought to reduce teaching other than the fact that, yeah, if we have an over exceedance, possibly because of the decline in enrollment, we need to best allocate those resources, those human capital resources somewhere.
This is the reason why I say I will not make any decisions on that. I'm here to provide you transparency, analytics, and you decide what is prudent.
President Mark, I just have one thought. I was just looking at the legislative highlights, and one of them is the 80-20 on the healthcare. That's going to affect our budget.
Yeah, but following my calculations, that's an additional price tag of $600,000 to $800,000, and of course there's a big wild card because we never know how do our employees enroll. Is it single? An example, I don't take health care from the house.
It should be okay. Hopefully, no, I'm just putting this out only because it's part of the unfunded mandate, and then the other one is the 1% salary increase.
In my projections, I put both in. So I projected an increase for healthcare to project as good as I can. Again, it's a crystal ball because I don't know what the employee's decision is. Nobody is forced to take healthcare. For example, I don't, others do. Maybe I say, oh, wow, if TARS pays 80%, maybe that's better for me. And I hop off from the health insurance for my wife, an example. That's a personal example to explain to you, it's unpredictable what will happen. we can try to project, and I try to project the best guesstimate I have. It's a plan, reality hits, then we know. But we can just project as good as we can. And yes, I projected the healthcare and I projected a 1.5% increase, because apart from the 1%, I feel that obviously everybody goes one step higher in the salary schedule, which is a slight increase anyway. No, this is how I based my projections for salaries, and then 52, so FICA and so on accordingly. And then healthcare is a different projection. That's, if I recall correctly, a 1.3 factor more.
Again, it's a budget is the budget, but again, what overrides everything is the cash.
Yes.
That is gonna balance that budget, because without that budget being balanced,
So the budget will be balanced. No, I know that we should have still enough cash, but the point is we cannot have a structural deficit for years.
Yeah, no, we need to do an analysis on that. And I think for the purpose of tonight's agenda item, it's, I appreciate your transparency and your information. It tells us that we need to have a finance committee and a budget workshop. ASAP superintendent needs to make sure though that staff has enough time to be able to provide us with the information that's going to allow us to make, you know, some conscientious student-minded decisions. And you mentioned after spring break, so I don't have a calendar in front of me. So what dates are what is spring? When is spring date? Spring break and dates.
The 16th to the 20th, sir.
So we're looking after March 20th. That's about 3 weeks away.
Yes, sir. So we have spring break, the 16th through the 20th. There is a spring budget conference for 18th, 19th, and 20th. Of spring break itself, we could potentially see the first week of the 23rd. The dates are open to the board. I mean, we do have a board meeting on the 25th. I know because of the length of the finance committee, I probably wouldn't recommend having it on the same date, but there are possible dates within that week.
Why don't we all look at our calendars and we'll figure that out? I mean, we have 3 weeks.
We've done in the past on a Saturday, so
yeah,
maybe it's the following Saturday.
28th, if you'd
Yeah.
like to.
I think that's a good day. Maybe we can look at that.
Well, yeah, I think that's
Start in the morning and
can be
then
Yeah,
done.
we start at 8.
So let's propose March 28th for
what date is that again?
March
Saturday.
28th.
it's a Saturday, March 28th,
March 20?
8th to 8.
And since we're gonna
March
need,
28th.
since we're looking at cutting cost, everybody bring their own breakfast and lunch.
You just kill a cow.
I'll bring burgers. That's something to think about.
Thinking of them. Every time I do it.
have the budget.
We're gonna start at 8 o'clock, right?
Would you like 8 AM or 8:30? To give some time for preparations, because
Oh,
Why don't we say 9 AM?
okay.
9 AM, March 28th.
Secretary Trujillo, if you look on page 2, you will see that the balance is 5.4 million. This is
Yeah, let's do 8:30.
the ending
Yes,
balance.
March. I like 8:30.
8:30? Okay.
Yeah, it gives us time to eat.
Or 9.
Yeah, you have to take a break.
We'll accommodate board member Concha to 9 AM.
8:30? What time?
8:30.
8:30 for breakfast.
Yeah, let's do
We'll save
8:30.
some for you. But the meeting starts at 9.
Okay. Meeting starts at 9.
Okay. So
We'll
from
fig-
9 to 5.
No,
No.
9 to 2.
we'll start it at 9, and depending on the discussion, let's say if there's a continuance that we need to do.
Say from 9 to 2.
Thank you, Dr. Martins. So this, the board needs to accept this January 2026 financial report. It's expenditures that are already occurred, so, you know, by not approving it is not really going to change anything unless we want to go back and ask for refunds, which more like that's not going to happen. So with that, if being said, if the board has any questions after reviewing, you know, this thick document, please refer your questions to Superintendent Leyen and he'll relay them to Dr. Martin. So I will go ahead and make, Superintendent Leyen, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board recommend accepting the January 2026 financial reports as presented by Dr. Martins, Director of Finance.
I'll make a motion to approve the January 2026 financial reports.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes, and I know, Dr. Martins, you have a lot of information for us, but we're probably gonna have a lot of questions. So we'll have a very comprehensive dialogue at the budget workshop.
Bring your graph paper.
Yeah.
And Legos.
Yeah. I look forward to talking with you about this budget, and we're very lucky to have you, your knowledge, your experience, your passion. And I know you're gonna do great things for the district. And you haven't even been here. How long have you been here, Dr. Martins?
Since August, so that means
I was gonna say like 6 months, but it's over 6 months, 7 months? Yeah.
you might have seen my passion regarding the first and second grades.
Yeah. No, I see it. I see it every time I've engaged with you. Yeah, 7 months and you've done quite a bit of work already in that time here. So we look forward to continuing to support you and having some very good conversations. All right, thank you. Item 12 is Superintendent Report. Dr. Antonio Leyen Jr., we got 2 items. 12.1 is the Auxiliary Gym Naming Committee update, and 12.2 is the Bond Implementation and Oversight Committee update.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. For 12.1 Auxiliary Gym Naming Committee, we had requested one name from each of the board members so we could complete the
Hold on.
policy.
Ladies,
I'm sorry.
could we allow Superintendent Leyen to give his report and give our attention to Superintendent Leyen, please? Superintendent Leyen.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. For 12.1, I had requested not requested, but part of the policy was to have 5 names for the committee from the community. I do have 3 names from the board. I am lacking 2 more. And so I leave it up to the board whether you'll want to double up on some of the board members or if anybody else wants to provide it. You do have a list from the last board meeting provided with the names that are there. But in order to begin the process, I'm just lacking 2 more names from the board, and I'll leave it up to you at your discretion whether you want to double up or provide other names. And then if y'all can send that to me, hopefully maybe by tomorrow or Friday, so I can begin the process with the Auxiliary Gym Naming Committee.
So for those board members that have yet to provide Dr. Leyen a name or a community member that would wish to participate in auxiliary gym, please get him a name. And if you're unable to, let him know and we could probably find somebody in the community. But it was tasked to each board member to provide 1 nominee of a community member to participate in the auxiliary gym naming committee. So we are lacking 2 names.
Can we provide that right now, President Flores?
Yes, if you wish.
I do. Mr. Bruce Gomez, who's been a long-standing member of the athletics department, would be mine. Thank you. Bruce.
Has he given you though, I guess you gotta ask him what his recommendation? Mr. Gomez.
No,
What is-
No, he's.
Oh, you gotta.
No, I've got to put the committee together, but in order to do that, I just needed 2 more names.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not gonna, so whatever board member is lacking that name, please present it.
Mr. Gomez.
Okay.
Next is the Bond Implementation and Oversight Committee update.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, you also have with you the list of the Bond Implementation and Oversight Committee, of the names of the committee members, including the board, superintendent, principal, staff, teacher, parent, community, and students that will be part of this. I did get a request from a board member to see if we wanted to redo the board Um, As far as who is part of the bond implementation and oversight, I just wanted to mention that, unless y'all wanted to keep the same, but that's up to the board. To see if we wanted to have a change in there or not, or who the board will be having on the committee.
I think it's important that the names that are here for consistency stay present. Now, I mean, if the board, I'm not trying to, speak that. I think it's important for consistency, since these individuals were part of the, since beginning, that we keep that there, because then we're gonna have to bring other individuals up to speed, and it's just gonna, I think, delay the process. The two board members that are here were nominated by this board, and we will report to the board, of course, any updates. So, and if any other board members wish to be present, all we need to do is just notify a quorum.
That's correct.
So, if any, as we have our bond implementation meetings, if those board members that are not part of that committee want to be present, we could just notify a quorum and we'll be covered.
Yes, sir. It would be considered a special board meeting, just with 72 hours notice.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that,
That,
Any suggestions? Should we talk to you about it?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
As far as the board, the rest of them are pretty much have already been established.
Okay, when we meet Friday, can you have this with you? Thank you. Thank you.
so for now, we're gonna leave the bond implementation oversight committee as is. And then when do you see our first meeting, Superintendent Lane? I think that we should start meeting as soon as possible, just so there's no delay in any of this, gonna be very comprehensive and it's important.
I can already see this, so starting next week, I just wanted to finalize that last piece, sir.
Right, thank you. Superintendent, thank you for those updates. Item 13 is board policy review. And my board packet is a little bit in disarray. So
President Flores, Vice President Brown, I'll go right ahead and begin, members of the board. The first one that we have here is A 300, ACA non-discrimination on the basis of sex. So there's an actual policy. It's pretty lengthy. It's a 4-page policy. I just wanted to highlight a couple of sections just to provide the community and our staff just the information that we do have in policy. And the specific one I wanted to read out was the first one, which is the first, second, third, fifth paragraph, which we do have a policy on non-discrimination on the basis of sex. The school district does not discriminate on the basis of sex in the educational programs or activities that it operates, and per Title IX and 34 CFR Part 106 will not discriminate in such a manner. The requirement not to discriminate in the education programs or activities extends to employment. Inquiries about the application of the Title IX and 34 CFR Part 106 may be referred to the district's Title IX coordinator, to the Assistant Secretary of the Office of Rights, Department of Education, or both. So that's one. The other one I wanted to emphasize as well is on the third page, second paragraph from the left, the last paragraph, I'm sorry. Retaliation prohibition: no recipient or other persons may intimidate, threaten, coerce, or discriminate against any individual for the purpose of interfering with any right or privilege secured by Title IX or at 106, or because the individual has made a report or grievance, testified assistant, or participated in or refused to participate in any matter in an investigation, proceeding, or hearing under this part. Intimidation, threats, coercion, or discrimination, including charges against an individual for code of conduct violations that do not involve sexual discrimination or sexual harassment, but arise out of the same facts or circumstances as report or grievance of sexual discrimination, or report of or formal complaint of sexual harassment for the purpose of interfering with any right or privilege secured by the Title IX or this part, constitutes retaliations. Those are the two main ones that I wanted to emphasize, not just to, of course, the board, but the community and the staff, that these policies do exist and they are enforced when it is reported. So I just wanted to make sure and put that message out there to the entire community. Of course, all the policies that we review are online as part of our board agenda packet, so anyone in particular can review this.
Just one thing I wanted to highlight, Superintendent, real quick. So it says here that the district must provide two persons entitled to a notification notice of the grievance procedures and grievance process, which includes how to report or file a grievance of sex discrimination, how to report or file a formal complaint of sexual harassment, and how recipients will respond. So we do have a formal grievance process.
That is
that
correct,
is
sir.
identified in this policy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the next one, Superintendent?
The next one that we have is school properties disposition. That is policy D 3350, DN, school property disposition. If any item listed on the district property inventory becomes unnecessary, unsuitable, or inconvenient for school district use, the superintendent may recommend to the board that such items be deleted from the inventory, declared surplus, and sold. The disposal of such items must be accomplished in accordance with the state law and regulation. The business office, shall establish administrative procedures governing the disposal of district property.
Thank you, Superintendent. I had a conversation with Superintendent probably about a week or two back, and we're looking to have a presentation by Ms. Sally Martinet
At the next board meeting.
at the
yes, sir.
next board meeting to go over the school properties disposition policy and procedures and answer any questions the board may have. So we felt that it might be pertinent to provide the school board with this policy in advance of that presentation. Board have any questions or comments regarding the non-discrimination on the basis of sex policy or the school properties disposition policy? After further review, because the sex discrimination policy is about 4 pages. After further review, if the board has any questions or comments, please reach out to Superintendent Layton, or we could possibly discuss the next board meeting. Item 14, new business. 14.1, discussion, consideration, and possible approval of new camera system for the new Cyber Magnet Academy and Chrysalis High School for the 2025-2026 school year, in the total amount of $41,661.09. Our Safety and Security Supervisor, Mr. Diego Trujillo.
Good evening, Dr. Layton, President Flores, Vice President Spray, members Trujillo, King, and Concha. I am here to seek approval to add new camera systems at our new Cyber Academy in Chrysalis High School.
Any questions, comments from board members?
Let me find that.
Very back.
Very, very back of the, so with,
After the purple.
The finance.
it's been approved by Dr. Martins,
No,
Dr.
no,
Layton.
Just wanted to see something. Who's paying for this?
This is coming out of Fund 31,200. This has been money that's been allocated for the cyber school. We've done fencing with this fund and we've done remote access.
31,200 is in budget. We should absolutely do it from a financial point of view. We cannot use the money for any other purpose.
Oh, that was for what again?
For 31,200 is a special appropriation we received, and we got it approved. So we should absolutely use this money for this suggestion.
Special appropriation.
Yes.
Coming from
Capital outlay.
Capital outlay. It's
Capital
capital
outlay.
outlay.
Apple outlay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I think there's probably no question as to how important safety and security of our students are. I have no issue with this. Any further questions or comments? Superintendent Layton, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Sprace, members of the board, I recommend approval of the new camera system for the new Cyber Magnet Academy and Chrysalis High School for the 25-26 school year in the total amount of $41,661.09 as presented by Diego Trujillo, Safety and Security Supervisor.
Would the board like to make a motion for approval? Board member,
So moved.
we have a second.
I'll second.
Got a motion from Vice President Spray and Secretary Trujillo for approval of the purchase of the camera system at Cyber Magnet Academy in the amount of $41,661.09. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. Appreciate it.
Thank you, board. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you.
14.2, discussion, consideration, and possible approval for Tyler Technologies Consulting Contract in the amount not to exceed $40,000. Dr. Rainier Martins, our Director of Finance.
The board, following, the reason why I request this from the support from Tyler is the software provider for School ERP Pro. That is our accounting software. So the challenges are as described in the paper you have. We need to include an 8th column in the chart of accounts. Secretary Trujillo, do you agree? I call it an open heart surgery on the accounting system if we need to put in an 8th column. That's the reason why I would like to have a specialist in there. Why do we need this? As you know, we have challenges in payroll following the forensic audit as in procurement. Now, to overcome these challenges, I need the 8th column called essentially the distributed accounting center column to be able to configure the system for, an example, timesheet data entry by school site. So an example, if now a school site secretary says somebody did time, we collect now through DocuSign timesheets, but payroll has to enter all this time. So therefore, for segregation of duties, I sit down and do essentially the payroll check, is the data entry correctly done? Any other district, if the system is correctly configured, the site people put in the data, submit the timesheet, and payroll is therefore checking the entered time against the signed document and then logs the timesheet. This is how it's supposed to be as one example. Another example is Taos spent money on 2 projects. Project number 1 is position management with Tyler. That was a failure. The second one was time clocks, also a failure. Actually, I needed to send back the time clocks. That was approved. So why? Because these consultants and the people who run this project didn't realize that the basic configuration did not allow to even introduce these very necessary modules. I had a conversation regarding to fix our procurement problems, to have a warehouse module installed that we have a true inventory. So we have a fixed asset inventory, but we do not have an inventory, procurement finding and all of that again. No? So now I talked to the warehouse manager, that consultant, and that consultant was fair enough to say, after he said, okay, Martins, if you have your ducks there and you have your user roles, then you go into security and you configure all of them. And said, so hold. I don't have correct user roles and I don't have ducks. The answer was, okay, Martins, do not start this project. First, you need to fix your setup for user roles, general ledger, and all of that, and you need to have your ducks in the row. And then you can talk again to me. So, an example, I can't really attack our procurement findings fundamentally because the system currently doesn't allow me to do this. So, therefore, as described, this project shall, number 1, include the 8th column that we are able to start to configure the system correctly. Number 2, helping me to set up all the user securities. So an example, currently, too many people, I call it, have full access. Normally, you have user security, you have only parts to the system what you need. So an example, a school site should only have access to, you can read your budget, but you can't manipulate your budget. You need to be able to read it, but you shouldn't change it. You need to be able only to see your budget and not everybody else's budget. The next thing, if you do time data entry and you call an employee, an example, subs, they shouldn't be able to say, oh, I put my sub time on the high school even though they're at the middle school. So we should be only able to put time for the middle school subbing, even if the same employee, if the other school site secretary calls the data, can only see the accounting strings for that school site. So as an example for time. Similar purchase orders. So here the whole idea is, I repeat, setting up the core correctly, helping us with user roles and ducks, which I have already prepared. So I have a framework how to do this, but I need help to really configure that in the software because it's complex. You have a cloud configuration base, then you have an admin configuration base, And then you go into the real product, and there you have the third level of security. So as you can see, it's a very powerful, but also very complex system to configure. And then the next thing is payroll. I'll give you an example. Doreen Martinez started in September. We are doing jointly now the payroll, as you know, without any consultant help. And Ms. Martinez told me, look, Martins, we have a problem. I said, okay, tell me. Work calendars. So many work calendars said you work till, I have a concrete detail, but for exemplary reasons, yeah. The work calendar, you work till June 19th. But the pay cycle, the paycheck, the last paycheck was configured on June 5th. Now you will tell me immediately, you cannot pay the full salary of somebody who stops working on the 19th. That would be payment without rendering services before the fact, right? Another audit finding. In this case, we would have gotten 7 audit findings. So I built up a solution, and then I was hanging out with a Tyler consultant for free in this case, because I figured out how I can get these mini consultants stuff for free for us. I'm really proud about that, because only very few people in the state know how to pull that one off, to get Tyler's help for complete free. And now we reconfigured the pay cycles, and I sent an email to the superintendent to announce to everybody, your June bill payments will come, but not in the first week of the June, but spread out over June. And the last check you get is on June 30th, because that was the only feasible way that I avoid audit findings for payroll. Now, that was one very critical element in the forensic. And as you know, my main focus this year is, and still is, fixed payroll. Then in the chart of account lines, Secretary Trujillo, you know that we have location codes. And if I say we have a location code with 6 zeros, you will tell me, but Martins, that is undefined. If I go in the chart of accounts, I only know 076, that's the district code. But if you tell me in our accounting system, we are using 3 zeros at the location code, okay, I have plenty of 6 zeros. I have plenty of other core lines which I need to clean up. And we are talking about, so at PED, I know it, the core in PED is around about 1.6 million lines long. That doesn't even fit on an Excel sheet. Here in Taos, I think I look at, I believe, around about 200,000 core lines to be fixed. So this is actually very relevant for the following. I try currently to report our Q2 data to PED. I have 300 lines which I need to fix because these lines exist in our core, but not in the uniform chart of account of PED. So they say one of the goals here is that our core is literally the uniform chart of accounts as provided by PED, not as inherited as is. Because what as is lines which PED says you can't do. So this is the project, and this is that complex where I say, okay, I think I promise with superintendents, I learn to speak vision. I think I'm a good beginner right now, and maybe I'm getting there, but to configure this complex system by myself, I know that I'm not good enough for that. I'm not an expert in every single module. I know where I want to go. I know how I want to get this configured, but I need these experts to help me to do this. That's the reason why I kindly ask for your support. Budget-wise, you know that we are challenged. I just looked it up. I give you one data bit from this year. Just in benefits, function 2,500 will be $90,000 below budget. So when I said I didn't fill a position, Dr. Layton, you can second that. You said, Martins, you need to hire. And I told you, no, I will not hire because I can't afford. You were really surprised when I said that. So I'm serious. I'm really saving money. But in this case, I believe if we don't do this, we literally save wrong because we will, again, not be able to use the system. The best explanation I can give you, I like cars. You bought a Ferrari. The first thing Taos did with a Ferrari, put it in the garage, took off the wheels, and put concrete blocks squared on. So we have an amazing engine with square concrete wheels. That's the reason why we are clunkering along. And I can't put wheels on, but I wanna have round concrete blocks. This is my goal for next year, to have that round. And after that, we can put wheels on, I hope.
Well, Dr. Martins, if you say you need something to more effectively perform your duties, I don't have any questions or concerns unless superintendent does, but I would lean to Secretary Trujillo, who is a very versed, wise, and experienced in finance. And I see that you're trying very diligently to improve the structure within the finance department. And if this is one of those tools you need in your toolbox, I have no issue with it. Any, does the board have any questions or comments? Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend approval for Tyler Technologies consulting contract in the amount not to exceed 40,000 as presented by Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance.
That's noted. By Dr. Layton.
That'd be would you like to make a motion, Secretary Trio? Just, so move.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
We got a second from Board Member King to approve Tyler Technologies consulting contract, the amount not to exceed $40,000. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay, get some round concrete
Thank you.
blocks on that Ferrari. Okay, next item on the agenda is executive session. The board will enter into executive session pursuant to section 10-15-1H of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, section 12-6-5 of the New Mexico Audit Act, and 2.2.15A3 NMAC for legal counsel and the auditing firm to update the board regarding developments related to a special audit. 15.2 pursuant to section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, to meet with legal counsel to discuss pending or threatened litigation, specifically litigation the district is considering initiating. 15.3 pursuant to section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, to discuss limited personnel matters, specifically so that the board can discuss and incorporate as appropriate the February 11th, 2026 executive session feedback from the superintendent as part of completing the mid-year evaluation. It is currently 9:54 PM. I would like to make a motion to enter into executive session.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Already showed her to the office.
14. What time did you get here?
By 8:30.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's,
Mark, are we having a regional meeting?
it's
Okay, for the record, it is 12:48 a.m. I would like to make a motion to exit executive session.
Second.
Got a second from Board Member King. For the record, the board entered into executive session at 9:54 p.m. To discuss three matters. 15.1 pursuant to section 10-15-1H of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, section 12-6-5 of the New Mexico New Mexico Audit Act, and 2.2.2.15A 3 NMAC for legal counsel and the auditing firm to update the board regarding developments related to a special audit. 15.2, the board entered into executive session pursuant to 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act to meet with legal counsel to discuss pending or threatened litigation, specifically litigation the district is considering initiating. And 15.3, pursuant to section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act to discuss limited personnel matters specifically so that the board can discuss and incorporate as appropriate the February 11th, 2026 executive session feedback from the superintendent as part of completing the mid-year evaluation. Okay, item 16 is other new business actions that from executive session. 16.1, as stated here, and I will enter the motion, this is approval of final mid-year evaluation of superintendent, including changes, superintendent mid-year evaluation, including changes, if any, based on February 11th, 2026 executive session dialogue with superintendent as part of the evaluation process as considered and discussed by the board in the March 4th, 2026 executive session. No changes to be made to the superintendent's mid-year evaluation, and the superintendent's mid-year evaluation will stand as approved during the February 11th, 2026 executive session. 16.2. So move that no changes be made to the superintendent's mid-year evaluation. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. 16.2, possible action to authorize legal counsel to enter into a legal consult limited engagement agreement in connection with threatened litigation as discussed in executive session. At this time, I will make a motion to proceed to
Second.
authorize legal counsel to enter into a legal consult limited engagement agreement in connection with threatened litigation as discussed in executive session.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. 16.3, possible action in connection with special audit, next steps related to audit papers deemed confidential under the Audit Act. At this time, I would like to make a motion to move to authorize the forensic auditor to proceed as discussed in executive session and further authorize the consent to cooperate with outside agencies as discussed in executive session.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item 17 is upcoming Taos Municipal Schools Board meeting. Our next regular school board meeting is March 11th, 2026 at 6:00 p.m. It'll be here at the boardroom. Item 18 is future topics. For the sake of time, I would encourage the board, if they have any future topics they would like to see on a future meeting, to email or correspond with the superintendent, or inform myself, and I'll work with superintendent to get them on the agenda. Item 19 is adjournment. For the record, is 12:52 a.m. So move to adjourn.
Second.
Give Board Member King the second. From Board Member King, call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes,
President Flores.
Yes.
thank you all.
All right, thank you all.